Alright guys, good morning. Alright, so a lot of action here to discuss. Pre-market. Hopefully everyone had a good and restful weekend and is ready for a new trading session. Obviously one of the big talking points as of now is Mr. Tessie and Elon Musk launching America PAC, potentially a third party. Obviously the market is selling into Tesla here. At least probably all the Republicans that bought into Tesla's stock ahead of this recent election. But Tesla certainly under pressure this morning with Elon Musk going against the grain and trying to form a little bit of his own America PAC party. See if that's just hype, speculation. Obviously he's now got a new X account or Twitter account. Obviously it's good to give that a follow to see if any sort of major announcements, because this stock is just whipping around like crazy down in this volatility range. Looking at the daily chart of Tesla this morning, basically we can see we're sitting right on some value area low here. Nice amount of volume in this region. I do think that there's still a chance we can go a little bit lower to this head and shoulders target. That is in effect here on the daily chart, but there's some pretty big areas here on Tesla, and I want to see if Tesla takes out this lower wick. Obviously we're still sitting right on this upsloping trend line on the daily chart, so that is a very oh, thank you, Sarfraz. I always forget to do that. Alright, let's start that over. So big area for Tesla. We're sitting right on this trend line. You have these previous pivot high consolidative resistance levels. You flipped your resistance into support with this breakout. Again, a big knife through support. Never ever confirmed it. Big rally to the high of this channel. So you have a few areas of, you have quite a bit going on in this region. You have a value area low, high demand volume here. You have this upsloping trend line. You also have a daily chart VWAP here coming into the 288 zone, 288.71 and change. And that's doing a volume weighted average price going back all the way to this area down here. So there's quite a bit going on in the Tesla chart. Obviously we have some Tesla call options for the September period, which again, we're not really that panicked with this trade because we just bought in this region down here. We're now doing another retrace. But there might be a small potential opportunity to short Tesla down into this 290 sweep zone. There could be that possibility that Tesla wants to sweep this liquidity here, test this big demand zone, maybe fulfill its head and shoulders target. But that's quite a long ways away. We'll have to certainly see if that comes into fruition. But definitely a lot of support here for Tesla. We'll continue to watch that in the pre-market, see how it settles down off of that news. We look at SPY today. Again, that is starting to come down just a touch here, gapping down from 625.36 to 624. Obviously we piled into some put options on the Friday close in anticipation of the market pulling back. On the daily chart, there was a ton of resistance up here. You hit that major confluence zone that we've been discussing for quite a long time, so naturally it was expected to see S&P 500 pull back. So 625 was a massive area of confluence. The markets have now hit that, and we are starting to see it fall a little bit. I just gotta adjust my chart here. why I'm zoomed in so much. Just bear with me. Alright, there we go. That's a little bit better. Let me make sure I didn't mess things up. Alright, so price action today for the S&P 500. Realistically, there's minimal support here around 623.65, but your bigger level starts to come in to the pierce of 622 range. Okay, 622. But it does look like this week we're going to try to retest the 620 zone on SPY. Maybe that happens today if things keep selling off, but 622 is your first aggressive level to go long SPY. A pierce of 622, I should say. And then the bigger levels obviously filling the gap. It's your value area high, which is this purple line here. That should be a really, really nice bounce. So I would consider going long SPY into the 622. I definitely think shorts are still favored today. Obviously, we're riding some indices swing trade put options. We're in 622. July 18th SPY puts, as well as took some IWM 220 puts, which are already in the money. So that's really, really good to see. I like that aspect. Whoops, sorry guys. I just minimized my whole screen. I'll be with you in a second. Okay. We should be back up there. So yeah, for IWM, I think that this indice is probably going to retest some lower price. In terms of where I could see the IWM heading, it's pretty extended. I mean, I would like to see the IWM retest this previous pivot high. That's really your only minimal consolidation zone where IWM had an epic breakout candle. So that's your area that you want to see. This 217.36 zone is definitely your area that you want to retest. Okay. Let's look at that weekly chart. Even if you backtest this 213 weekly green candle pivot, that would be very healthy for the market. You can see it's been a vertical ascent to the upside, and you know, this pullback, say over the next 1 to 2 weeks, if we get it in the market, this pullback in the main indices could be shaping up for another right shoulder continuation. I mean, the SPX, as you see on this chart, has clearly broken out of this inverse head and shoulders. So it would be nice to see a little consolidation check back and then a continuation move. I still have a target on SPX by year end of about 6,700, but we see some healthy pullbacks and consolidation. That would be very, very healthy for the market. You look at the Qs testing right into this upper channel. So again, a lot of resistance there. But the IWM for small caps really need to participate in this bull market rally if it's a true bull market. But we have this left shoulder here that's developed on the weekly. You can also see it on the daily. You have a nice defined head. If you can get this pullback in this right shoulder to develop a little bit more, creating yet again another higher low, then that would yield very, very positive results for the market, in my opinion. All right, so let's look at Bitcoin now, and then we'll run through oil, nat gas, gold, yields, and basically we'll look through some individual charts and tickers. So Bitcoin right now had that attempt at breaking out on Thursday. Then it was met with some Friday selling on the back of indice weakness. Over the weekend, it just started to float up. Basically, it's traded sideways. It hasn't given us that true directional breakout move. I still am bullish Bitcoin. I still think that we can retest this 115 zone. But right now, it's just consolidating, trying to rope in more bulls and bears, shake out weak hands before it gives us a bigger indecision candle. This is still a bullish candle to the upside. We have to respect that. I like the fact that you're consolidating right on the high of this channel. That is a very, very good sign in the near term from my perspective. So I do think that Bitcoin is probably going to try to push higher here. It's just consolidating here quite nicely. You can see the hourly chart. That's kind of your defined low today around 108.385. If you break that zone, then BTC is going to flush to, say, tapping 108. That's probably the next area. All right. So we'll have to watch Bitcoin and crypto. Obviously, we're still holding IBIT calls to the upside, which I still think have more room to run. Today we are seeing some strength despite the market down. You're seeing CRCL participating quite nicely here. So CRCL gapping up yet again. It's tested this area, closed, had a very strong close, and then gapped down, created a higher low. But CRCL once again is gapping up, testing this area, and I think that we can push for 200 in the near term. So we obviously have some CRCL call options, which should be opening up slightly positive for us. All right, let's look at crude oil. So WTI crude acting well today. That on the daily chart is trying to perk up quite nicely. Again, you're still stuck in a little bit of this bearish range, but it's trying here, crude. It's really, really trying. If it keeps holding above this 66 level, if it can build a base above 66 for, at least 2 days, I would like to see a week. You don't always get what you want, but if it can hold this $66 level on crude, then that is looking a little bit more bullish and optimistic for the energy trade, most certainly. But it's up 1% on the day today. Obviously, it seems that the indices are pretty clearly correlated right now. Market's down, oil slightly up. They're trading in a high correlated range right now. And you can see the level that crude is trying to break out of. Simply put, you're at some near-term resistance. So it needs to back and fill here a little bit, create a bull flag pattern. But if crude can consolidate maybe for 1 or 2 more hours, it should have a run at breaking through this near-term trend line. You're just creating this near-term wedge pattern. If it fails here, then you're going right back down to the wedge. So for the time being, crude is looking like it's more probable to push for a little bit more upside based off of these bullish engulfing reversal candles. You've had basically 1, 2, and now a third one. Does look like it wants to push higher here. Okay, so let's look at XOM. Yeah, XOM is still under a bit of pressure. So this is interesting because I do like the trade setups when XOM is gapping down, energy trades are gapping down, and you see oil positive. That creates a little bit of an arbitrage opportunity. So that might be something, an area of interest that we look for, guys. In crude oil, XOM. Let me just clean this chart up. Interesting. Let's look at Valero, see if that's gapping down. Yeah, so Valero under a bit of pressure as well. Valero is a tough one here. 3-bar surge on the daily. There's definitely some sell side pressure there. There's definitely some sell side pressure. But another name that could potentially catch a bid if oil remains somewhat firm here. All right, let's take a peek at natural gas. So natural gas, another low on the session, but it is getting bought up here. I find that pretty interesting. I mean, it's down 1.43%, but you keep seeing some buying pressure coming into this area here on nat gas. I find that very intriguing for the time being. Very intriguing. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a value area, low demand here on nat gas. I might be interested in adding to my UNG down here. Obviously, we did a nice put hedge on this volatility, this downside volatility EQT that insulated our natural gas long quite well. So we do have the ability to add to our UNG position today. So be aware, I might add to my UNG position today. I'm going to watch nat gas closely here. All right, let's look at the US dollar. So the Dixie right now firming up 0.44%. So I still had it priced in that the Dixie was going to go a little bit lower, but we obviously all have to change based off of the charts. The Dixie right now has broken out of that inverse head and shoulders, as seen here. You can even see it's trying to break out of almost this flat top neckline zone, which it has. So right now the Dixie is looking pretty firm. I have an upside target in the near term of 97.96. But the Dixie is not as influential down here at these levels to the market as it is when it starts to test that $100 level. So even though the dollar is starting to rally, and typically the dollar and the markets have an inverse correlation, the dollar right now is not as influential to the indices as it will be if it starts to firm up here. Obviously, with the dollar up, you are still seeing gold under a bit of pressure. That is a little bit more influential. They're more highly correlated, the US dollar and gold. So we are seeing gold down a little bit as the US dollar is trying to firm up at these lows. Again, once you hit 97.96, you'll probably want to tap a pierce of 98. I still think that the dollar can tap this 98 zone and then have one more final flush down to a pierce of 96 bucks. But we have to certainly take into the picture that the dollar is at this massive long-term support zone going all the way back to 2011. Potential falling wedge pattern. We'll see if it wants to break out of that. Let's look at the yields today. Not too much data this morning, but yields are trying to firm up. Wouldn't it be crazy if the 10-year yield has this really, really impressive inverse head and shoulders pattern? Could this be a right shoulder in the US 10-year yield? That would be crazy to think that interest rates can go even higher and break out of this pattern. That would be insane. But, you know, stranger things have happened, that's for sure. That's for sure. So we'll watch yields too, and if yields start to press higher, guys, that's really going to hurt that IWM trade. So yields firming up in this region could be a near-term problem for small caps. We really need to be mindful of that and watch that very, very closely, okay? So I think IWM is going to be pretty much a top short this week, as long as those yields stay firm. All right, let's quickly run through some of the big mega caps, and then we'll scan through individual names. If there's any tickers you guys want me to take a peek at, let me know. All right, mega caps. Apple. Apple under a little bit of pressure, gapping down slightly. Obviously, you're into this upper range of resistance. Apple's still looking fairly decent from my perspective. It's broken out on the larger time frame. You just need to digest this recent move, as hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars have just flowed into Apple in the recent 4 trading sessions. But it's looking fairly good from a technical standpoint, breaking out to the high side. That is a firm move to the upside. Alright, nvidia. NVDA is into a great deal of resistance here. In the short term, you need to back and fill, maybe test the 155, 152 level. But I do have an upside price target for nvidia. It should go higher and at least get to that 4 trillion market cap. But for the short term, you are trading into some resistance. It's gapping down by a couple bucks today. Those looking to trade nvidia on the long side today, let's see. So we're testing that previous opening range low from Friday. So that's certainly interesting. It does look like nvidia wants to at least fill this gap to the downside. So you're breaking that pivot there. Let's see where this trend line takes us. Yeah, so nvidia's breaching that value area high. It looks like nvidia wants to fill that gap. 157.15 is your long trade on nvidia today. Aggressive long. If you're a little bit more conservative, you wait for about 150, a pierce of 157. Okay. So we'll certainly keep nvidia on watch, but it does look like it wants to fill that gap today. Alright, Microsoft. MSFT still strong as ever. Still strong as ever. Again, another name that just does not want to give up too much of its gains. It just keeps trending day after day after day. But a monster move to the upside in Microsoft. Again, you are starting to form this really large daily chart negative divergence or bearish divergence on Microsoft's daily. Weekly chart getting a little bit overbought here, but no weekly divergence yet. So in the short term, Microsoft should have a pullback, but it can trend higher over the next, say, 6 months. Let's look at Google, and then we'll take a peek at Amazon. Yeah, so Google's still looking constructive. I still think that this chart is going to retest these highs and break out into this 180 zone with force. So Google's still looking pretty decent from my perspective. Google bounced off of that point of control down here, testing that value area high. Once we get through that, I mean, it's pretty much smooth sailing for Google into this 190 zone. It's going to chase this next highest volume area. So if Google breaks this previous pivot high around 181, we have about a $9 to $10 move to the upside that could occur. So I'd be interested in playing that. I most certainly would. And you can see Google again has this potential inverse head and shoulders. Let's go to the hourly chart. You can see your left shoulder here, your head, your right shoulder. You break this flat top neckline and it's game on for Google. It'll start to really push here. Let's look at Amazon. So Amazon's actually green in the session. Perhaps Jeff Bezos is finished selling. So Amazon price action has been pretty positive in recent sessions, considering Bezos has been unloading about 3.3 million shares, totaling just over 700 million. But maybe that selling is now coming to an end. Amazon showing some really good relative strength today, and it is looking to break out to the high side. Next stop for Amazon really is your 232 previous pivot high, gap fill on the daily. You're breaking out this upsloping wedge pattern. Statistically, upsloping wedge patterns are bearish, but based off of what I'm seeing here, this nice consolidated range, I don't really think this upsloping wedge pattern is going to yield bearish price action. It's looking pretty decent in my opinion for more upside. Meta. All right, so Meta's been going through a bit of distribution here. Daily chart, you're hitting some near-term support on a bit of a point of VWAP base here around the 714.82 zone. That's your area of support. I think Meta's still okay. It just needs to try to firm up. It's trading with the markets right now. That's pretty much it. Was one of the market leaders of the session of the last few weeks. So as SPY or Qs come under a bit of pressure, naturally this is going to come under a bit of pressure. But you can see there's quite a bit of selling. Meta obviously gapped up on that Thursday, and they sold right into it. The positive for Meta is that if you go to the smaller time frame, you are trying to create a bit of a low, higher low here, and you're still holding above this key little breakout zone. So I'll see if Meta wants to hold above that area. I was a little bit surprised that it didn't come down to fill this gap around the 713, but we'll certainly see if it wants to. Okay. Obviously, Tesla is under some major pressure this morning. Gapping down from 315 all the way down to sub 300. Pretty nasty move for Tesla. Bart asking, you'll be voting soon for Musk's political party, or AI will do it for you? Yeah, you know, AI is probably gonna do it for me. He's gonna slap a Neuralink on me and control my thoughts. So, I would actually, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing that party actually come into, not say necessarily power, but I would like to see it in the elections, because really there's only been Republican Democrats. Sure, there's a lot of sub-parties, but they never get any hype. Elon Musk is really the only one that could potentially get a party to maybe win some votes, you know, but it would be interesting. I don't think he would win. I think a lot of people expect him to win, but I don't think he would win. I think he would just start splitting the votes a little bit more. And honestly, it would probably hurt more of the Republicans. If Elon Musk's party came to power, the America PAC, it would probably split more Republican votes than anything, and it would allow the Democrats to sweep in. So that's what I think. I mean, and that's why I think Trump is not going to like what he's doing, because Trump realizes that a large Elon Musk fan base probably voted for Trump because he was endorsing Trump. So if those votes start to flip away from Republican into another party, obviously we're a long ways away from that. This is all speculation for the time being, but yeah, it would certainly be interesting, but I think it would help the Democrats more. Yeah, it would bring some fresh air for sure. But I don't think he would win. There's too much hatred in the Democratic fan base for Elon Musk right now, even though he was a Democratic voter for most of his life before flipping. But Tesla, I mean, this is getting some really negative price action to the downside. Again, a lot going on right now. Trying to break this trend line of support. There is a whole host of support at this previous pivot zone. You have a VWAP zone here, volume weighted average price. You have a standard deviation in the short term. What is that? That would be a 2 standard deviation off of this sell-off candle here. So there's quite a bit of support in this region if you decide to sweep this low. I have no issues with trying to scalp Tesla on the long side today if we take out this pivot and flush into this 290 zone. 290 looks pretty big from my perspective, but I do like Tesla around 290 pierce. So we'll keep that on watch for a long trade today. If Tesla can pierce this high, this low pivot, tag these highs, I would very much be inclined to trade Tesla from 290 to all the way to 288.50. That is a very interesting opportunity on the long side. I do like that a lot. Okay. All right. So now that we've gone through the mega caps, if there's any tickers in the next 25 minutes you guys see moving, let me know. I'm gonna just quickly scan through my pre-market list here as well and see if we can see any sort of other opportunities. We do have ticker Wolf. gapping up slightly on the session. WRB, let's see what that name is doing. That's also gapping up on the session. Looking fairly strong, but we'll have to see if the volume trends want to increase. Molina Healthcare, that's catching a nice little bid today. MOH, after a nice sizable breakdown last week, that is slowly starting to firm up. Let's look at ticker run. That's seeing a nice amount of volume in the pre-market. So interesting to see solar stocks still holding steady even though the IWM is negative on the session. So it does look like ticker run. It says my connection's excellent here on YouTube Analytics. So not too sure, Bart. Not too sure. Alright, so ticker run again, seeing some volume in the pre-market. A little extended on the daily, but it does look like it wants to press higher for this 12, just a pierce of 12 bucks on the session. Ticker RUN. Telegram just kicked you out. Alright, runs catching a bit of volume in the pre-market. Let's see what else we got moving here. OGN, that's okay. PEG, let's look at PEG. PEG, yeah, still a healthy looking chart. Oh, that's the wrong one. PEG. PEG also gapping up here, going through a nice consolidative range. Does look like it potentially wants to continue to break out here. Back tested a nice little area here, bouncing off of that retrace zone. Interesting. Constellation Brands, seeing a bit of volume here in the pre-market, gapping up from that little bit of a bearish reversal. This is another name, guys, Constellation Brands. It looks like it's putting in a base here. STZ has been under immense pressure, but it is into this long-term support zone. So this is one that I think is more of a swing trade, but definitely keep STZ on watch because it's hitting a long-term support zone going really all the way back to 2012. And this does look like a stage 1 basing formation that I think this is a good value area to buy for a swing trade. Good morning, Manatee. So keep STZ on watch, most certainly. All right, let's see what else we got going here. Well, that's up a little bit. So some real estate. Let's move to some of the laggers. So we've already discussed Tesla. That one's gapping down quite substantially. What's this FBIN? Not too much volume there. Let's look at RBLX. So Roblox under a bit of pressure today, seeing a fair amount of pre-market volume. Again, Roblox is one of the most extended stocks in the market. I still have lower price target. I lost a bit of money on some put options, so I'm a little bit hesitant to get back into this name. But I do suspect that Roblox is probably still going to retest 93 bucks, and honestly even 86. That's a big area that I have, but it just absolutely ripped face Roblox, and it did eat away at my puts. So we'll continue to watch that one. QuantumScape, seeing a bit of volume here in the pre-market. This is obviously a name that is much higher on the speculation train. QuantumScape is trying to break out on the weekly chart, but you haven't confirmed the breakout here, guys. This could just be a fake liquidity grab. as it's always done. Every single pop on the weekly chart has been met with lower highs and, well, you might be trying to put in a base here, but technically still lower lows. So this is a name that you really don't want to hold for too long. It's still trying to find its legs, but definitely more of that riskier SPAC company that, again, you get that short-term pop and you need to take your profits. That's what the statistical trend is showing us. Okay, so in the pre-market, let's take a look at Lucid, Plug Power, Palantir. Oops, LCID. All right, Lucid still looks like it wants to go lower, guys. I know it's seen a little bit of volume pressure to the upside, but I need to see Lucid sweep these liquidity lows. Honestly, where I think Lucid could be going to, sub $1.50. Sub $1.50 on Lucid. This is looking like just another bear flag to take price lower. It really is. I mean, maybe you start chopping in this range here, this falling wedge pattern. But I think Lucid still goes lower. So if anyone's holding Lucid, just be mindful that we should still see lower price action. It's not really ready yet to move higher, in my opinion. Let's look at Plug Power. So this chart's looking a little bit more constructive, guys, on Plug Power. It's formed this nice little hard sell-off, rounding basing formation, a bull flag check back, finding that impulse green candle retest of support. Now you're just at that neckline, but if you can trigger this, then Plug Power has room to about 250 on the charts. So it's looking a little bit more constructive in my opinion. I definitely think that we need to be careful about this name because it is a high flyer as well, but a name that can start to move to the upside if it breaks this 150 zone and holds above it on a couple days or at least a week. Let's clear all of that. But it is looking somewhat constructive, Plug Power. Somewhat constructive. And you can see that would be the next resistance around 210, give or take. But 250 is a big level that it should try to firm up off of. Alright, PLTR, and then we'll look at Hood. So PLTR to me looks like it's forming a bit of an intraday inside bar bear flag pattern. I still think that PLTR, you've hammered now off of this 236 fib zone. I think we're going lower on PLTR. Let's just see where we can find some really decent support. So there is some support here sitting on that POC, point of control, your highest volume area here. From this low candle pivot in April to really your high pivot here, this is your highest amount of volume. Now if you break this 129 level, if you lose this, then PLTR is heading to this 107 zone, and that's your value area low. You can also see it coincides with the 50% Fibonacci retrace. So again, you lose this high volume candle, you're going all the way down to this 107 zone. Okay, let's extend this a little bit farther back. So your next major support where you should yield a little bit of a bounce is going to be right around here. 121 on PLTR. Maybe a pierce of it, fill this gap, but around 121, 120. Obviously that's the next area of interest. But I do have PLTR going a little bit lower. Alright, let's look at Hood. So Hood's a tough chart. I mean, super extend on the weekly. And a really nasty negative divergence on the weekly. There is a decent negative divergence on the daily chart. But this little recent spike has me concerned that we need to sweep some more higher liquidity. But over the next, say, 1 to 3 months, hood still should go lower. I mean, you've swept this high pivot liquidity all the way back down here. You know, if hood can consolidate above this previous high pivot, that would be bullish. But you can see it's a $10 range from 94 to 84. I could see hood at least retesting this previous high pivot zone. At the minimum, that's where hood needs to retest. And where some bigger buyers would step in, around 71 bucks. Okay, that's an extended chart. My oh my. Quite extended. Wow. Interesting chart setup. All right, let's move along. Let's see what else we got moving. Intel, seeing some volume. AMD, SoFi, SMCI, all the usual suspects. Let's look at SMCI. SMCI coming under a little bit of pressure. Obviously, we were riding some upside call options. I think this chart is still staging a potential another breakout move to the upside. It's still looking decent from my perspective, guys, SMCI. So we'll continue to watch it because, again, it's one that's underperformed the semiconductor market, but it could be an interesting play for her. This has still had a beautiful 3-bar surge on the daily, and you're consolidating inside that 3rd bar candle. That is bullish price action. You still have this gap to fill, but SMCI looks pretty interesting from my perspective. As long as it holds above this 46.25 zone, SMCI certainly looks like it's going to press higher. So if we backtest this lower boundary range, guys, be ready for a buy alert. I would be highly interested in accumulating and taking SMCI for potentially round 2 here to the upside. So definitely be mindful of that. All right, 12 minutes. I'm just going to grab some more coffee, guys, and then we'll keep scrolling through some more charts and setups. And if you want to put in some quick tickers, by all means, put in some tickers. We also have, what else do we have running here? SoFi, AMD. Let's look at AMD first, since we're on semiconductors. AMD gapping down a little bit. I have AMD needing to retest 126. And this is a longer term support zone. Retesting that value area high around 126 AMD. You can see right now it's starting to lose this 50% retrace fib, which is at 141, so it should try to push lower to the next Fibonacci zone around the 618. AMD, it is obviously trying to hold this breakout trend line, but that breakout trend line, if it loses it on a weekly basis, that could just be a fake liquidity sweep, and then we should try to retest the low of this whole impulse candle. I would consider taking a stab on AMD on the long side for a swing trade opportunity if we push down to 127. Alright, just give me a second, guys. Grab some more coffee. So Tesla almost down 7% here. Almost down 7%. Crazy. Look at SPY tumbling here. Really no support here on SPY. Hmm. All right, let's quickly look at some other trade setups here. Again, this is seeing a pretty decent pullback across really everything here. Datadog, for those that are interested. Very strong session on Friday, gapping up 14.92%. Seeing a bit of sell side pressure right now as we speak. Let's look at Ford. Ford under a bit of pressure. This is another name that could potentially on pullbacks get bought up on the back of the big beautiful bill. There's some positive aspects for American automakers with some serious tax incentives and reductions. So US automakers could be potentially in for a bit of a upward shift over the next, say, 12 to 24 months. We'll obviously continue to watch them. I think Ford naturally is going to want to press for this gap zone. You can see we marked those levels previously on the chart. Huge amount of volume there and area of overhead supply. So that's an area that Ford's probably going to target. But any sort of a backtest on Ford to your prior day low around 1136, even into these previous pivot highs, is a swing trade level. Let's look at some of our banking stocks here. So Citigroup, we're obviously short Citi, accumulating put options. Look at this beautiful parallel channel on Citi. Pivot low in October 2023 to pivot low to pivot high. And you literally tag that on Friday. So a beautiful area of resistance. Let's look at JP Morgan. So JP Morgan also gapping down slightly today. We are writing a little bit of put options here. But again, the only real volatility I'm seeing is in Tesla to the downside. China stocks are under a bit of pressure this morning. Alibaba gapping down a little bit more. BIDU also under, or actually Baidu's trying to firm up here, so that's good to see. Again, CRCL. Let's look at some of these space stocks. Holding steady here, considerably. ASTS, which we traded nicely, that was a one-day swing trade bounce. Took beautiful profits on our $47 car, holding up here. RKLB, that's also holding up there. So there are some aspects of the market that are still holding steady. And I think the CRCL guys could really run. It's up a couple percent here in the pre-market, holding this massive point of control volume zone. If it can stay above this 186.50, it should easily hit 200 in the coming sessions, but obviously that could potentially be indicating that Bitcoin is going to hold this area and firm up. We need to see. Look at that reversal on BTC, guys. Really strong reversal. All right, I'm going to transition you to these double charts here. So we got Tesla on watch. Tesla right now is sweeping that lower liquidity zone. A really decent sweep on Tesla. That is on watch for a scalp to the long side, guys. We are literally into the zone for Tesla as we speak. I prefer 290 on Tesla. I prefer 290. And SPY, for those looking for an aggressive long trade on SPY, around a Pierce of 622 is your aggressive area to go long SPY. Just be mindful though, we could knife down into this gap. That's your bigger area, your more higher conviction zone is around a Pierce of 620 for SPY. Okay? So aggressive traders, I'm not going to take this 622 zone on SPY. I'd be more inclined to trade probably Tesla for a bounce if we hit a Pierce of 291, which we're about we're close. We're very, very close on Tesla here. I'm just going to adjust this channel here. Again, so I want to see Tesla pierce 291, preferably even hit 290 before I take a stab on the long side. So that is what I'm watching here off of the open. I'm watching that here off of the open, guys. And honestly, I'm probably just going to go in with common shares. In terms of a call options, I would not go too far out of the money. If you're looking for a day trade, probably just sticking with... Yeah, I still have my calls, Bart. Those are September strikes, so we got time on those. I still have those. In terms of I would add, and that was a half position. So the only level I would add to those calls is, let me just pull it up on my other chart here. So the only area that I would add to my Tesla calls, and that's a swing trade, is basically around around 282 to 280. I would consider adding. All right, guys, so we're getting ready here for the open. We are set for a little bit of a gap down in all indices. I'm looking at Tesla long around 290, guys. 290. Our IWM puts, look at Tesla ripping here, bouncing very firmly. Natural gas, Apple's green here, FedEx green. Apple's turned the corner here. CRCL is absolutely flying here, guys. Circle's flying to the high side. Look at this breakout in CRCL. Huge move. $200 calls are coming into the picture, guys, on CRCL. Tesla had a huge bounce. Wow, Tesla, phenomenal bounce there. SPY's testing that opening range high from Friday. Tesla just got sold into there. IWM still struggling, but Circle, guys, our CRCL. $200 calls, if those get in the money, I will look to exit them. See, Tesla's knifing into that support zone that we're looking to buy into. SPY getting absolutely rejected. Tesla still holding steady. IWM has now filled the gap, guys. IWM filled that lower boundary gap there. Wow. Look at that move on IWM. Beautiful for our 222 puts. If you're wanting to trim on those, by all means. Anonymous saying Apple's rocketing. Wow, yeah, look at that move. Apple is rocketing here. Nvidia catching a nice stick to the upside. But yeah, Apple at 0.82%. Very strong move for Apple. That's for sure. That's for sure. SPY's still struggling here, just a touch. Tesla down 7.3, Nvidia down 0.21. IONQ seeing some positive price action, but seeing a reversal off its highs. BBAI is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, a name that potentially has a head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart. Watch out for this BBAI, guys. It could potentially see a really sizable move to the downside. We're talking about a move down to 677, potentially. Tesla breaking, BBAI knifing down here. Look at that big reversal. Tesla now into my buy zone, but because it bounced so substantially there, it's a lot tougher. SPY's still trying to form that opening range. We'll see if it wants to firm up here. Tesla bouncing nicely. A little bit of buy pressure. IWM still near the lows. Tesla getting a buy the dip program coming into play here. I never took a trade, guys, but Tesla is getting some considerable buying off of that zone that we identified. I still think it can go lower considering we had a huge bounce off of it within the first 5 minutes. My next long level on Tesla now, guys, is, just give me a second with this name. SPY really still trading into no man's land here. There's no support here on SPY in my opinion. I still think we can go a little bit lower. A little bit lower, guys. I'm just working on Tesla on my other screen. Alright guys, the next long level on Tesla for me is sitting at around 288.50. Around 288.50. Here's. And then you have an even bigger level around 286.80. So that is the new zone. I would look to buy Tesla now for a swing trade. In this zone now. Okay, so I'm going to go in 2 tranches on Tesla Commons. If you're looking at call options on Tesla, keep the strike zone very tight. What else we got going on here? Alright, so our SPY puts and IWM puts from last week are still trading quite nicely. I would look to take profits on my IWM puts around, just give me a second here. We did fill that gap, but I think we could go even lower. I think IWM could hit this 219 zone today, guys, off of this really bearish price action. 219 is where I'd consider trimming my IWM puts. I might trim it off of a liquidity sweep of this pivot zone here, this impulse green candle. I would actually trim half of my puts here. 222s. TP1. TP2. CLOV up 7%. Yep, it is. Bitcoin down 1%. Apple still slightly green. Tesla catching a bit of a stick here. Let's look at SPY again. SPY's still trying to hang steady here. But definitely a ton of resistance here on SPY. Quite a bit of resistance here on SPY. Nice price action on Tesla off of that zone. Still a little bit lower though on Tesla, guys. A little bit lower. Can even see Tesla has that previous gap fill here. Interesting. But I'm looking at a long on Tesla around 288 to 287. Common shares long. Is this market going to get bought up with full force? Or are we going to keep trading and chopping to the downside? Still seeing SPY trying to settle out and form a 15-minute opening range. These ranges here are from your previous trading session. You can see the opening range from Friday is still acting as a resistance zone. You're bouncing off of that low, so still an interesting area. Tesla coming in a little bit more, guys. Keep Tesla on watch. I am interested in a trade on the long side of Tesla around aggressive first entry at 288.33. More conservative around 287. Because I think the indices have a little bit more downside, I'm going to take my first entry around kind of in the middle of this channel here. So around 287.50. I'm going to take my first entry. Again, I'm just going to trade common shares long, guys. Common shares long. Come on, Tesla, knife us down a little bit more. Natural gas making a nice little bullish recovery. IWM 222 puts are nicely in the money, but I still think we're looking for a lower price on IWM, so we're riding that swing short to the downside, guys. And again, on my IWM 222 puts, I have target price 1 around 220.46. TP2 around 219.49. Let's see if we can get that. See if we can get that. Sorry for want to look at Wolf. Yeah, Wolf is just howling right now. Breaking out of that falling wedge pattern on the daily. Looks like Wolf is not going to stop until it hits $2+. So Wolf is looking quite strong right now. Definitely a nice looking chart. Let's see if there's any sort of an intraday session. You are coming up into this minor resistance zone for Wolf, but it's pierced through that. So let's see, 15-minute chart, just an absolute monster to the upside, up 41% off of its debt restructuring. Company's balance sheet, I believe, the company assets, I believe, are worth more than the actual market cap right now, so that's why it's got insane volatility. All right, let's look back at SPY again. So SPY's still holding steady here. nvidia is trying to go green. That's up 0.11. SBET up 16. Apple's back to the negative side. APLD, wow, down 8% on the session. CRCL dumping. Yeah, it is. The whole market should, I believe, go a little bit lower, but CRCL seeing a reversal from the highs. I still think it's one of the stronger names on the session, but it's doing a little bit of a gap and crack with the markets. Bit of a bounce here in Tesla. Yep, CRCL, again, catching a bit of a bounce, still up 1%, filled the gap. Somewhat positive there. SPY's still just looking like it's consolidating bearishly here, trying to form an establishing range here. Again, I have bigger support down here at 622. Don't be surprised if SPY tries to sweep this gap up low liquidity, guys. I think SPY will try to sweep this impulse green candle. That was from your Wednesday close to your Thursday gap up. SPY should try to sweep that liquidity. So I do think we still can go lower. Circle getting a big bounce here on the 5-minute chart. Again, we'll keep SPY on watch here because we are going to establish our first little 15-minute candle here. Another 1 minute left. But I am interested in the long on Tesla after we dump down a little bit more. We need to go a little bit lower on the charts here. Tesla's got a really strong positive RSI divergence on the hourly chart and the 30-minute. Nothing yet on the daily. But for a day trade scalp, Tesla makes one more sweep low, and I'm very interested. All right. Let's look at Lockheed Martin, LMT. LMT, Lockheed Martin could be a potential beneficiary of higher price. IWM's trying to bounce a little bit here. Bitcoin down 1%. Gold is negative on the session. Everything is pretty much going through a bit of sell side pressure. Very few names are actually holding positive. Good to see Meta trying to firm up here, guys. Meta is actually making a nice bullish recovery back to the high of its range here. So interesting price action there in Meta. All right, guys, we have an opening 15-minute candle range that has been established here in the equity markets. So let's see what we get. Let's see if we want to take out this low. There we go. See if we break this opening range low. Tesla's starting to come in. IWM seeing some more selling. So we are seeing some more selling, guys, hitting the tape here. A lot of red on the screen today, guys. A lot of red. And again, IWM targets, I've given you target one around 220.40. TP1. We still have 622 SPY puts for July 18th. So we are net short these indices and we're up on those swing trades that we entered. Has some nice portfolio hedges across the weekend tape. Come on, Tesla, give me that dump. Give me that dump. IWM starting to come in a little bit more, guys. Potential little bear flags forming. SPY holding right at that opening range. Let's see us take it out. Tesla, I'm still interested in a long on Tesla. Off this 287.50 zone. Give us some lower price. Come on. CRCL back up 1.5%. Trying to climb. Steel stock's doing okay today. Nat gas trying to firm up. Alright, SPY's testing that OR low. Natural gas almost went positive there. Come on, Tesla, knife it. Knife it down. Knife it down. Google's knifing through some key support zones here. At least trying to. SPY's still trying to hold steady. Tesla's going to look like it's making a knife down. Come on, we're going to have some opportunities here, guys. Remember, SPY long should sweep this liquidity bar here. So SPY puts are definitely considered favorable. The only reason I'm not shorting is because I'm already in some swing put options in the IWM and SPY. We're writing July 18th, 622 SPY puts from last week. We shorted near the high here. We're also writing 222 IWM puts for July 11th, which are already in the money. Come on, give us a break. Give us a break. Should start to see some financials break even lower here. JP Morgan's testing its opening range low. Financial stocks are still somewhat firm on the session, but we should see financial stocks break down here, guys. At least see some profit taking. Anonymous looking at course. Look at that wick off of that opening range low. Let's look at CORZ. Yeah, what a gap down, eh? What a gap down there on course. Definitely coming under some pressure. This one should go a little bit lower. You're obviously getting some buy the dip here. But we should go a little bit lower. I mean, your first aggressive zone is around 1306 as a long entry. 1306 is kind of your first area of opportunity for a long entry. If you want to try to take it at a retest of this double bottom opening range low, you could. It's aggressive. But if you start to get a 5-minute close outside that opening range, you need to get out of that trade. But SPY, nice bounce on SPY, IWM. Tesla still a little bit relatively showing some relative weakness for sure. A lot of volume here, but I'm still interested in lower price on Tesla. SPY is into your first aggressive short zone here. Your opening range high, this is your short zone. Meta's firming up. Meta's now positive, up 0.5%. On META, guys. So Meta is actually doing quite well right now. It's diverging from mega cap tech and is trying to firm up and break out of its opening range high. So nice positive price action in Meta today. That's diverging from the market, trying to take some leadership. Ryan's looking at AMD calls. You're hanging on a knife edge here. I mean, if you're aggressive, it's an aggressive entry. I like it a little bit lower. You know, this is a little bit of a bear flag forming, lowercase h pattern. If the market bounces, for sure it could maybe firm up here, but I don't trust AMD and semis. I still think they need to go through a little bit more backing and filling. You look at what is kind of your weaker market section today, it's your semiconductors. So SOXX is obviously underperforming the S&P 500 right now. And then you look at the Qs, and it's also underperforming the Qs. You are seeing a bit of a bid here, but I still think that these markets can go down a little bit more. You are getting some buy the dip here on SPY, wicking through that opening range. Tesla's still weak. That's a concern. Again, that's your short zone, testing that opening range high on the 15-minute candle. We'll see if this is a huge liquidity sweep of that opening range on the 5-minute chart. Could potentially be. IWM, firm bounce on IWM. Thinking of entering a SPY put here, high risk trade, SPY put. 623.0 DTE SPY put, 623.0 DTE. Super aggressive, high risk. Meta, nvidia trying to push. But I'm in a SPY 623.0 DTE put. Come on. Look at that little wick. That's a nice liquidity sweep. Come on, give us a bigger pullback. Give us a bigger pullback. Tesla coming in. Tesla bear flagging. Come on. SPY's still trying to hold steady here. Tesla's looking to pierce the lows, guys. IWM still a very strong bounce. Apple down by 0.3. Nat gas just went positive on the session. How's crude oil doing? Crude oil is into a bit of a buy zone for a continuation bounce. It's retesting. Tesla now down 8% on the session near the lows. Bitcoin still holding above 108. We are riding SPY 623.0 DTE put options. Come on. Give us a knife back through that. Be a liquidity sweep. Tesla made new lows there, guys. Tesla made new lows. Come on. Alright, these puts are starting to wake up, but these change very quickly. And again, size accordingly, always entering 0 DTEs. Understanding that they can go to 0. IWM, very strong bounce on IWM. Back above its prior day low. Tesla's knifing through support here, guys. Now down 8.3% on the session. SPY showing some relative strength, considering Tesla's still knifing. Meta's ripping here. That's now up 0.62% on the session. So Meta's kind of your dark horse. Apple's still trying to firm up off of the lows here. Tesla's coming into our first buy zone, guys. Come on, give us a knife back through this opening range. You've back tested on the 5-minute chart, looking to potentially move higher here on the S&P 500. I still think we go lower on the session. If we get a 5-minute close above these two previous wicks here, then it does look like the markets are going to try to push for 625. So 5-minute close above these two wicks, and I would look to stop out of these 0 DTE put options, okay? All right, get ready on Tesla, guys. I'm hoping for another knife down on Tesla, and then I would consider taking a stab on the long side. First level for me is around 287.50. Nvidia curling slightly to the downside. CRCL still pumping. Looks like CRCL wants to make another move higher here, guys. Tesla catching a bit of a bid. Nvidia trying to firm up. Nice move on Baidu today, guys. We entered that new swing trade. But look at that stunning move on Baidu, up 4.4% today. Alibaba's lagging a little bit. But some volume coming into some certain China names. Excuse me. Alright, markets are trying to push higher here. Markets are trying. They're curling to the upside. Microsoft still underperforming a little bit, under its opening range high. Nvidia is still underperforming a little bit, seeing some sell side pressure hitting the tape in Nvidia today. So look at Nvidia relative to the market. So you are seeing a bit of sell side pressure in these semiconductor names, which could be a little bit troublesome for the overall market. For the time being, Tesla making a beautiful reversal. SMCI breaking lower. So semis are definitely showing some relative weakness. SPY still trying to push up here. Big bullish engulfing candle so far trying on SPY. Sorry, on Tesla. Circle, guys. CRCL is pushing. I repeat, CRCL is starting to push here. I'm looking to take profits as when we get into that 200 strike zone, our $200 calls are printing here. I repeat, our $200 calls are starting to wake up quite nicely. Get ready to take some profits on CRCL if we get a knife into that $200 strike zone. We'll be looking to exit all of my CRCL calls, all right? No half sell, just a full on sell of CRCL if we hit 200 here. We have nearly doubled these contracts, guys. Come on. Come on, Circle. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. IWM's looking a little bit more firm. SPY still seeing a little bit of buying pressure. Come on, guys. Circle calls are about to print in the money. We're up over 100%. Almost 100%. Come on. Hit us. Come on. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. Let's get these in the money. SPY's starting to lag a little bit, guys. Come on. Get 200s in the money, guys. I'm having my sell order. There it is, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm all out of my circle calls there, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just under 100% on that trade. Look at that name print to the high side. Look at SPY dumping here now, guys. So we took profits on CRCL. We're still riding SPY 0 DTE puts and swing puts. Come on, SPY. Melt to the downside here. 623s are coming up in the money, guys. 623 puts are coming up in the money. Come on. Keep going, SPY. Keep going. Test that opening range. Keep going. Let's go. Beautiful. We're up about 20 cents a contract here on SPY 0 DTE puts. Come on. Break it down. Break it down. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. This is what I like to see. This is what I like to see. Apple now down 0.3. Tesla still holding firm. I wanted Tesla at 287.50. We might get a look at these puts printing, guys. Beautiful. Come on, knife us through to this level, guys. 622. I have a target on 622 on SPY. Here we go. Look at that fake liquidity sweep on SPY. Beautiful. If you're wanting to trim your puts in the money, new low of day. All right, guys, I just trimmed half of my SPY puts at $1.22. Beautiful little gain there, guys. Do not let these runners go against you. Beautiful. Can we get up 100% here on the remaining half? But I did trim half, guys. New low of day, I trimmed half there, guys. Stunning price action on those puts. Everyone had the opportunity to bank on those. How I remain the rest is leaving stops, break-even stops in place. Next profit target on SPY is around this Pierce of 622, guys. Can we get our swing trade SPY puts in the money today? That would be beautiful to see. Circle still ripping. My oh my. How's Bitcoin? Bitcoin trying to firm up here at the lows. Bitcoin seeing a nice spike off of the lows. But what a stunning trade there on SPY puts, guys. Beautiful. From 74 cents to $1.22 on the first trim. Netting about 65% on the trade on first trim. I want 100% on these runners, but Tesla's firming up here. So we'll see if we want to get some more sell side pressure in Tesla. Selling coming in nvidia and semis still. Microsoft knifing a little bit lower there. Apple looking a little bit weak. Apple should test its prior day low. Apple still looks very, very weak on the session, but a nice first trim on those SPY puts. Let's look at Google. Google also knifing a lowercase h pattern. We should still see some more downside. I would be shocked if we don't, guys. But you can see how market makers love to manipulate these opening range candles. You know, that's why we're trading on a 15-minute basis. It's pretty crazy, this opening range. Opening range high, we swept liquidity there. That's why I said our stop losses on a 5-minute close. We're going to look to enforce more stops. I know a lot of people have been struggling with stop losses, so I'll try to abide by stops. Whenever I enter 0 DTEs, I size it for absolutely 0 because I've been down 80% and then all of a sudden up 150% on 0 DTEs, which is why I like to trade those call options or put options with the understanding in mind that you're entering a 0 DTE. I'm basically okay with losing that whole trade and letting it go to 0 because I've seen some crazy swings. But for those people that have been struggling with stop losses, implementing a little bit of a strategy to wick out off of stop losses, I have no problem with that. We can certainly look to help people learn where to put their stops, but SPY should go lower, guys. I have 622 Pierce on target. Google still struggling here. Let's look at Apple. Apple also trying to firm up, but this is probably a bit of a 5-minute chart bear flag pattern. What a recovery in the IWM. Look at that. So a little bit of a divergence between the S&P, the Qs, and the IWM. IWM was looking so weak in the tape this morning. It's still negative, but it's starting to firm up here, which is saying that, hey, there's potentially a bit more mega cap tech selling, semiconductor selling, rotating into some of those more riskier assets. It's kind of surprising. A little bit surprising. AMD struggling here, looking like it's wanting to go lower. SMCI also looking like it's trying to break down and go lower right now. So semiconductors are certainly where the bulk of the selling is hitting the tape. Meta right now is a dark horse. That one is starting to see some positive price action, looking to trend higher. We're obviously bullish Meta. Let's flip back to Tesla, see if we can get a trade. I'm still, Tesla came so close to entering my long level. I adjusted it because we tested it once, but never ever give us that true definitive target zone. Bitcoin right now making a stunning move to the upside. BTC, what an epic reversal. That's why we took a monster gain on our CRCL calls. Look at those calls now. I mean, up over 100% on that swing trade. I'm all out of it, but wow, $200 calls on Circle absolutely printed to the high side. Up 8% on the session, guys. We entered at 580, sold at $11 on CRCL. Amazing. About 90% on the trade. All right, let's see if we can find another trade setup here. We still have SPY 623 0 DTE runners. We took about 65% on the first trim, but I'm looking for another leg lower here on the S&P 500. I really am looking for another leg lower. And I think, Tesla right now is holding steady, so it's helping the main indice. But I think you're going to see some sell side pressure in Microsoft. I think Microsoft is probably going to be taking another little leg lower along with nvidia. And one thing that we need to be mindful of is perhaps with nvidia and Microsoft going through a little bit more consolidation today, maybe just maybe Apple is going to catch that bid, but looking a little bit weak here. On Apple, your next aggressive long is around this prior day low, 211.81, guys. 211.81 is your next area of opportunity. IWM still ripping to the here. Come on, get us another knife down on SPY, guys. Again, my next second profit target, guys, on SPY. TP2. Right in the zone here, guys. SPY flushes into this area. I will look to exit all of my SPY puts. And for members, I will even look to close half of my SPY 622 July 18th put options. Okay? Come on, give us a little bit more downside. I want some more opportunities. I want some more opportunities for sure. What else we got going on here in the tape? Apple's still down 0.39. Nat gas is slightly flat. Bitcoin's trying to make a nice little recovery. Gold's still down by 0.53. You're seeing a bit of accumulation in names like Merck, some healthcare stocks, Novo Nordisk. FedEx is green on the session. XYZ, so Block Square is green on the session. Meta's obviously outperforming on today's tape. Some of your high volume movers, MBIO, absolutely trying to rip face here. That's up 318. BTBT, that's up 22% on the session. So look at Tesla. Tesla's doing what SPY tried to do up here. So SPY tried sweeping that opening 5-minute candle liquidity. Tesla's trying to sweep that opening 5-minute candle liquidity, a ton of volume in there. And we'll see if Tesla wants to reject, just like SPY did over here. That would be epic. If Tesla rejects just like SPY did, that would be crazy. Then that should take us into our buy zone. So I would love to see Tesla reject here, take us into a buy zone. For now, SPY is still holding that opening candle low, but it's definitely showing some distribution territories. We're barely down on the session on SPY. I mean, despite still being bullish over the next, say, 1 to 3 months, this next month period, and I was calling it out in, that first week of July, second week of July trading is what's going to be interesting from a market perspective, because quarter two, they absolutely kept things elevated. July 4th, Independence Day, they kept the market absolutely elevated. And I think quarter three is where you really start to see profit taking in some of those major megas that have had absolutely monstrous runs to the upside. Microsoft, nvidia, and that capital should rotate into some more of your beaten down names. SoFi up 3.28% today. Wow, SoFi shaking and moving into another short zone on SoFi, guys. If you're wanting to take some put options on SoFi, I'm actually highly interested up here. Wow. SoFi making another move to the upside. That intrigues me, guys. Let me just do a little bit of work here on SoFi. But SoFi should... I think SoFi could put in a nasty reversal today. We already netted once on the $18 puts. We basically caught this candle, shorted it, caught a nice pullback. But SoFi yet again... I think SoFi could potentially make a bit of a bearish reversal back down. I might be interested in the $18 puts again on SoFi. And this would be more of a swing trade. It could be a very aggressive day trade if you want to shorten your strike rate. But I'm looking at a swing short on SoFi. Potentially. Look at SPY. SPY going for new lows. IWM reversing as well. So here we go. Here we go. We could see more downside. Tesla is still down 6.7%, but it has bounced quite nicely. A little bit more red hitting the tape here. Ooh, SoFi's trying to run away from me to the downside. As soon as I called out that short, it's trying to friggin' fall here. Still a strong name. Let's see what these July 25th. Ooh, those are nice and cheap. You can see how SPY's still just hugging that opening range low. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Oil's trying to catch a nice little bid. SPY's still struggling, guys. We still have runners on those 623 0 DTEs. I repeat, we still have runners. Alright guys, members, I just issued an alert on SoFi. I took $18 puts. SoFi, $18 puts. July 25th strike. Alright, let's play ball. So let's see if SPY can give us another low of day, guys. We are coming in nicely. We are coming in nicely. Come on, SPY. Take us down. Take us down. Let's look at Tesla again. Tesla's still holding steady. Come on, SPY. Give us another dip. Again, we have target price 2 coming into play, guys. SPY going for another low of day. These SPY 623 0 DTs are absolutely printing. We sold half at 65%. Come on, SPY. I went up over 100% on these SPY puts. Come on. Our 622 swing trade put on SPY members, they're almost in the money, but I want more. Come on, give us more. Give us more. SoFi starting to see some weakness. Could SoFi be another liquidity sweep of these highs? That would be epic. Liquidity sweep. Whoops. Come on, SPY. There's another low of day, guys. We're absolutely... I want $1.46 on these SPY puts. That would be up 100% on the trade. Actually, sorry, $1.20. $1.48 would be up 100% on these SPY puts. We are looking very nice here, guys. We're coming into prior day low, so there is going to be some support here. There will be some support, prior day low. But we should still see these come lower. Look at SoFi, guys. Look at SoFi coming in. It's drilling to the downside. IWM potentially missing its gap fill. Let's see if that wants to come in. Big buy the dip. Microsoft looking nasty here. nvidia trying to form a potential double bottom off of a higher low. I still have SPY going a little bit lower. Again, if you're in these SPY 623 puts with us, Do not let the trade go against you. I've already trimmed half for 65%. Stop loss at break even, which is all the way at 74 cents. If you're wanting to put a stop loss in the money, I have no issues with that. Just do not let it go against you. But I still have my next trim. I would look to exit all of my puts around the 622 zone on SPY. That's most certainly the area that I'm looking at. Meta's still very strong. Meta's absolutely consolidating near the highs of this session, guys. Meta looking quite nice. Meta is looking quite nice. Clearly, one of the leading stocks off of this recent rally is still trying to outperform. So Meta is definitely holding up the communication sector. Very strong for Meta. I do think Meta still can hit new all-time high price. It just needs to take a little bit of time for this market to consolidate. Look at Meta trying to break out here to the high side. Quite strong. SPY catching a nice little bid. SoFi trying to backtest its previous little high pivot. Is this a liquidity sweep of its previous little recent high? Time will certainly tell. So this was SPY's first 5-minute bearish candle, guys, below your opening range low. That is negative. That is technically a short setup. Now, if you get a 5-minute close back inside this candle range, then you could float back up to the high. But that is a bearish. That's your first 5-minute bearish close. This is where institutions should potentially enter the short side and drive us down on the S&P 500. That is your first bearish opening range low close. We'll see if they want to perk it back up, trap liquidity, take us back to the high of the range, and then dump. Their market makers are very tricky, right? Algorithms, market makers, they know how traders are positioned, but this is where a lot of traders will enter short off of this bearish close. We were more aggressive. We entered off of this liquidity sweep high, which has yielded a nice drop already. But this is where people are piling in short. So it's risky to do it, but this is technically where the setup is on the short side. Again, I don't like to enter here personally. I like to go off of shorting strength. It's a little bit riskier because you can get your face blown off, but obviously it has a tendency to see some significant downside off of that fake liquidity sweep. Tesla's still holding steady here. Look at the S&P starting to come in. I'm also seeing sell side pressure in the IWM, so that's one of the main indices that had this incredible rally off of the lows. Started to outperform intraday SPY and Qs, but it is starting to come in now. It is starting to see a little bit of downside pressure. So as the S&P is stabilizing here, Microsoft catching a minor bid. Meta almost up 1% on the session. Meta's just absolutely flying here to the high side. See how oil is doing. Yeah, oil is also strong right now, guys. So crude oil trying to break out for another high of day. Backtesting that prior day high like a boss, and is looking to break and go for this liquidity sweep of 66.66. Let's look at XOM potentially wanting to firm up. Look at this red to green potential reversal in XOM. So XOM has had a fantastic low, and I actually missed this off of the pre-market. I said energy stocks gapping lower negative look very intriguing from a standpoint, long standpoint, because energy stocks were doing well, and I actually missed that. I don't want to chase it here. Really, the back test on XOM to about 111.66 would be a bit of a long entry. Energy stocks do look like they could potentially go green, at least XOM. Let's see another household name. Valero. Valero actually did do the red to green reversal, so that's very, very strong in the near term. How's uranium today? Uranium under a bit of pressure, so names like Oklo and SMR are probably struggling on the session. Yep, you're seeing Oklo coming in. That's had a nice little 15-minute bounce, but it should try to take out the lows on Oklo. Let's look at SMR. That's very similar chart setup. That's starting to come in. Guys, let's look at JP Morgan now. So we are obviously bearish financials. That was our next rotation trade that we've called. We started shorting financials on Friday, Thursday and Friday. JPM hitting some major resistance, now coming in quite nicely. It's actually underperforming SPY. That's a really healthy thing to see. You can see XLF is also underperforming SPY. That's really good to see. So picking on sectors that are underperforming often yield better gains and higher returns. You can see Citigroup had that high volume liquidity bounce, and it is back down to the lows and likely going to take out the session lows. So therefore the S&P should see more sell side pressure. Let's see if Tesla wants to do another liquidity sweep just like the S&P. So Tesla trying to get a close above that previous little candle. Very interesting price action. Meta's still up 1%, going for new highs on the session. Guys, look at SoFi. Look at SoFi. SoFi starting to knife, guys. SoFi starting to knife. Looking like we're getting a full-on liquidity sweep. Come on, SoFi. Take us down. Can SoFi go negative from up over 3% on the session? Take SoFi negative. That could be a really big liquidity sweep on the markets. Obviously, there's a lot of time left in the session. SPY just meandering and trading here right at this little opening range. This is an aggressive zone on SPY. This is still a very aggressive zone to short on SPY. Obviously, we are deep in the money on our SPY puts with profits already secured and looking for more. Come on. Meta's still firm here on the session. Starbucks has now gone green. Netflix down 1.38%, Bitcoin down 0.89%, gold down 0.5%, Apple down 0.55%. Still seeing some distribution in semiconductors today. I want to actually run through some of these semis because let me just pull it up on my other screen here and I will give you the play-by-play if I see any opportunities in semiconductors. So Nvidia down 0.5%, AMD right back down to the lows of the session. So I know someone was looking at AMD. Hopefully I told you to avoid AMD because that one is under a lot of pressure. SOXS is up 2%. You know, Broadcom is actually doing quite well today. AVGO. This is an institutional stock above prior day high. That's a bullish setup right now on Broadcom. Looking quite interesting on AVGO. SMCI down almost 3%. Taiwan Semi down 2.2. How's Okta doing today? Now you can see SPY. So this is another liquidity sweep, right? Traders enter short off of this opening range low, and then they actually pump it right back to the high of the range, and then maybe we get the bigger reversal down. So that's one of the reasons I don't like entering short off of the opening range low. I have seen a lot where they knife it through, burn people's calls, get people to now chase the long side, and then they tap this opening range high and then they can knife it down. Okta is an interesting one. I've been eyeing up Okta for a swing trade. I would love to see Okta fill this gap around 94 bucks. That is my area that I have a big buy zone. ARM today down 3.5%. Micron down a couple percent on the session. Let's see what else we got shaking and moving. So big push on SPY, guys. A really big push on SPY. Let's see SoFi again. That's still under its previous little high pivot coming in. Where's the buying pressure hitting the tape? So interesting. Now we have a rotation, right? So you're seeing SPY bounce, but IWM coming down. That's a very interesting correlation. What that's telling me is we're probably still going to see some S&P 500 selling, but you're starting to see intraday capital rotating. So the initial morning dump, you saw capital rotate out of mega caps into small caps. Now you're seeing small cap capital rotate out of IWM into mega caps and S&P 500 stocks. The question is, are we going to see both indices make new lows on the session and see a little bit of capital come out of the market? I think that is certainly a chance. IWM is hitting some support here, prior day low. But let's see if we can get a broad market sell-off in both indices simultaneously. That's what I'm looking for to happen. Tesla's still holding near that liquidity sweep, still down 6.5% on the session, testing a major value area low on Tesla's 15-minute chart. So this is an area. Tesla actually hit a really strong support zone at 288.73. Volume weighted average price, if you take it back to March 10th, that epic Monday, March 10th, 15% down candle. IWM looking a little bit weaker here, guys. IWM is looking a little bit weaker in the session. Nice bounce here in the markets, guys. If you're looking to enter an aggressive short on SPY, it's tapping this previous little opening range high. So a short on SPY is around this previous opening range. Tesla's still really struggling at that range. Let's see what else we got going on. SoFi still up about 2% on the session. Wow, ticker Wolf, guys. I hope, Sarfraz, I hope you entered long on Wolf, because look at that move. You're into now resistance. But what an epic, epic retest of the $2 level. That's what we said we're going to hit. And take a look at that. I mean, Wolf is up 75% on the session. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Let's look at the Qs here. We haven't really analyzed the Qs. Qs did retest its opening range high. So you can see SPY hasn't really retested that opening range. But there's your fake little potential liquidity sweep. Sorry for saying you got out early, but you still made a profit. So happy to hear that. At least I think you made a profit, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Alright guys, Meta's still up about 0.95%. What else we got going on here? SPY knifing right back down. So we still have SPY 623 runners, guys. Look at that liquidity sweep. Remember how I said they often like to sweep this opening range low, pile people in on the short side, then they pump it through it, get people to cover their shorts, exit it, chase the long side up to this opening range, and now they're knifing it down. So this is the shenanigans that we just constantly see here in the live day trade room. I've been caught numerous times with these shenanigans. I've lost a whole lot of money, and I'm still going to get caught. But today, we obviously are on a beautiful right side of the market, trending nicely on these put options, and I'm looking for more still. Let's see if semiconductors can give us another leg down in this market. So far, Nvidia is down about $1, 0.63%. Amazon's up 0.22%. Meta up 0.8%. Oh, actually, let's look at this Eli Lilly. I've been looking to accumulate a little bit more healthcare stocks. So Eli Lilly, I wonder what that's doing today. That's down sharply on the session. Eli Lilly. Wow, poor Google, down over 1% on Google. I actually like to see that on Google. I'm actually very bullish on Google. I would love to see Google retest 175, 174 zone. And guys, look at that fake liquidity sweep that we discussed on Tesla going on right now. Just like SPY tried doing here. Opening 5-minute candle, tried sweeping that liquidity. Tesla tried doing the same thing, now getting sold into. Just the shenanigans. Shenanigans. IWM, come on IWM, print to the downside. Print to the downside. Let's look at Oscar on my other screen. That made a new low today. Oscar, OSCR. How's BBAI doing? BBAI down about 2.45%. I'm still bearish BBAI. I'm still looking for a move into the $7 handle. We had a big wick down today, bouncing off of your first little high pivot consolidation support. I think BBAI is still one that can knife lower. Look at SPY printing to the downside, guys. SoFi trying to bounce. IWM starting to come in. Come on, SPY, give us a new low of day. Hit target price 2. Take us to the promised land. Come on, SPY. Come on. I want these contracts to hit 100%. Contracts should hit 100%. Again, there is a nice little deviation band here on the 5-minute chart around 622. I expect us to pierce it. Along with that little deviation band, you have that previous little upsloping trend line on SPY that connects these multi-pivot zones on the hourly chart. So there is some support there, guys. There's definitely some support there. Ryan's looking at nvidia calls. Not yet, Ryan. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. nvidia, I think, has been holding up relatively better than most semis, but I think that we should still go a little bit lower. I mean, look at AMD, right? That's still knifing. SMCI is still knifing. You're better to probably enter Broadcom AVGO calls. That's holding better relative structure, but my nvidia long level, just give me a second with this. I'll pull it up on the other screen. I'll pull it up on the other screen here. nvidia's got a nasty 15-minute bear flag. So this market, if nvidia breaks this bear flag path, guys, on the 5 and 15-minute chart, my buy level, Ryan, on nvidia is a pierce of this gap fill. So 157.22. Around that zone is your buy level on nvidia. That's also a massive volume zone, that previous gap. So I would, it's aggressive buying here. You're at your value area high for the last couple weeks, but I would personally wait. I mean, look at this market. It's not looking like a healthy pattern on the S&P 500. Obviously things can change, but it's certainly looking like we should go a little bit lower on the S&P 500. You know, where the S&P 500 could actually go to today is all the way down here. A pierce of 620 is my downside target. That's your value area high for the last couple weeks. You can see this little bit of volume trend here. Point of control sitting at 616, value area high sitting around 620 pierce. So I don't think we're quite ready for a long yet in these names. Again, nvidia is sitting on some support here, but I have this buy zone right here into this gap fill. Pierce to that gap fill. That's your aggressive area. So we're going to continue to watch that. Obviously, SPY is still coming in. Give us a new low of day, guys. We're still riding these 623 0 DTE puts at 74 cents. I want to see a $1.48. That would be up 100%. Come on, come on. Tesla's still struggling a little bit here. New low of day for SPY. Come on, new low of day for SPY. Give us a new low. Look at this IWM, guys. Absolutely knifing. It's probably going to take out the low. The IWM could head down to 219.93 today, guys. SPY did just give us a new low of day there. Beautiful. Beautiful to see. Let's knife down, guys. Knife it down. We've tested this area once. Prior day low, because we bounced right before prior day low, there's going to be a whole host of liquidity sitting here. We're going to knife through this. Expect a hard knife through this zone. I don't expect we're going to get a bid here off of this prior day low. A lot of traders like to buy PDL, but because we bounced just right before it once already, bounced, created a lower intraday high, I think we could easily see a quick knife through that liquidity. You're already seeing a little bit of front-running buying, people trying to buy double bottom, but be very careful. Be very careful off of this zone. I am not inclined to buy this zone. We'll see if it wants to bounce here, but I think we could see still lower price action. All right, right now, Nat Gas still down 1%, Apple down 0.6, Bitcoin testing 108 again. down 1% on the session. Netflix down 1%. Tesla down 7%. Oracle down 2%. Come on. Give us a knife through this area. Give us a knife. Give us a knife through it. Wow, Core is now down 19%, bouncing. BT. Wolf up 107%. People are just absolutely chasing Wolf here. Wow, it's just flying through to the high side. Wolf looks like it wants that gap fill now, which is at $3 on ticker WOLF. I mean, look at this monster. Just a complete and sheer momentum play to the upside. People are frothing at the mouth to get Wolf, to get long Wolf here, and it could head for this 310 gap. My oh my, Wolf is just continuing to howl here to the upside. Here comes the S&P, guys. I'm expecting a pretty sharp candle down. This is an aggressive bounce trade right off of this 622 zone. Keep in mind though that 622 could just be a near-term bounce back up to your opening range low, and then we could head down to 619. So I'm looking at taking profits around 622. All right. Intel's down a couple percent. Hood has now gone green. Interesting. Hood seeing yet again another positive session. Let's see, BIDU. Baidu still, what a monster in Baidu, guys. BIDU. That's one of the more bullish China names that we entered on Friday. We took some call options off of this area. Too bad Baba's not really participating. Neither is XPEV. But I still think China equities, guys, are some really, really bullish long-term value plays. But Baidu looking really nice here. Nice breakout. Next up on Baidu is going to be around 95 bucks. And then potentially if you get through that level, we're looking at plus $100 on BIDU. Stocks at 90 typically go to 100. We'll see if that Wall Street adage comes true. All right, SPY still near the lows of the session. Come on, SPY. Give us another life down. I want to take more profits on these 623s. Again, so far, every time I go fishing, we have a really high-flying start to the session in the day trading room. Went fishing on the weekend, had some nice action on the lake. Caught a beautiful, 28-inch pike for myself. My dad caught a nice little bass. We filleted them, cooked them on the barbecue, and they were delicious. Come on. We're approaching 10:39. I'm going to stay on till about 11 a.m. Obviously, I will hop back on if anything drastic changes, and then I'll be back on for the power hour session. So I'll stay on for another 20 minutes. Hopefully we can get another low of day on the S&P 500. And I just like to scan charts intraday, finding trade setups for members and swing trades as always. Again, if we get some sort of a crazy market volatility event, I will hop back on before power hour. But I like to rest my voice because it's pretty intense giving the commentary, calling out the trades, managing portfolios. But I like to take the lower volume period to manage swing trade positions, find new trade setups, take profits, trim positions, add to positions, and all that sort of good stuff. All right, Amazon's still slightly positive on the session. AMD down 2.24%. Let's look at crude oil again, because XOM is now pulled back into a bit of a buy zone. So XOM is now into a buy zone here. Wow, look at crude oil, guys. Crude oil continuing to rip here. I'm surprised XOM has pulled back this much. This is a buy zone on XOM, guys. Back testing that opening range high. I'm going to enter some 112 calls here on XOM, guys. This is a time where it's like your fingers can't type fast enough for that. Oh my goodness. I like XOM calls here, guys. 112 calls. Come on, come on, come on, come on. All right, guys, I just entered XOM 112 calls. July 18th, $1.65. Beautiful. I do like energy is just absolutely ripping face here, guys. We should see this market come a little bit lower based off of what crude oil is doing. Crude oil is just continuing to rip here. Look at that breakout on crude, now up 1.87%. Does that mean nat gas is going to firm up here? Yeah, nat gas, nice little pullback, consolidating. Come on, XOM. Let's see what we got here. So you can see on the 5-minute chart, we are oversold on SPY. That's why we're just floundering here. 15-minute chart, still more downside. Hourly chart, we still got more downside. Daily chart, still have a bit more downside. XOM starting to firm up here, guys. Come on, XOM. Keep pushing. Take us back to the positive side. These 112 calls could hit today. They could get in the money today. Come on, XOM. Red to green reversal. Red to green reversal. I want that. Look at XOM. Starting to shake and move here, guys. Beautiful. So we're consolidating right over prior day low. That makes me think we're gonna knife through the 622 zone. Look at XOM starting to print, guys. XOM starting to move, guys. Test the curling to the downside. Crude oil is testing $67 a barrel. Look at crude oil starting to print to the high side, up almost 2%, breaking out of this bull flag consolidation, bullish wedge pattern breakout, clearing some high pivot liquidity on crude oil. My oh my, things are looking quite strong. Crude's showing a lot of energy and force today. Come on, XOM, take us up here. XOM's lagged quite phenomenally here. Let's look at some other energy stocks. Valero still holding steady. Let's look at Oxy. Oxy's still trying to hold steady. Is XLE negative on the session still? Yeah, XLE is still down, testing that opening range high. Let's see if we can get above that zone. Crude oil still certainly showing some strength. Here comes SPY. Next leg down on SPY. Time will tell. Come on. Give us the next leg down on SPY. We're still holding 623 SPY puts, 0 DTEs, which are in the money. Let's give us more, though. I want more. Come on. IWM's bouncing, retesting prior day low. Let's see if we can get these XOM calls in the money today. Beautiful move on AISP today. That's up 5% on the session. Interesting. SE, that's up nicely on the session. PayPal's flat. How's this StoneCo? I've been wanting to take an entry in StoneCo. No, nothing yet there. GME down a couple percent on the session. Come on, XOM, keep pushing. AFRM, that's up 0.97. What a strong chart on AFRM here, guys. AFRM is just absolutely ripping to the highs of the session, triggering this inverse head and shoulders. AFRM is one that could absolutely squeeze here, guys. to the high side. Look at this. AFRM is breaking out here. We have a potential trade here around 71 bucks on AFRM. Let me just see what type of daily chart resistance that would be into. Yeah, that could actually come into fruition. AFRM is looking strong, guys. Very strong. SPY catching a nice little bit off of the lows here. Let's look at Tesla here. Tesla's still floundering sideways. How's Mr. Softy doing? That's catching a bit of a bid. Let's look at nvidia. nvidia also trying to catch a bid. AMD. AMD's near the lows, but finding some strong volume support here. QQQ. Qs are still floundering sideways, tapping that prior day low. Currently trading under prior day low is very bearish. Let's look at that SPX chart. SoFi trying to make another push to the high side. Let's look at BBAI again. BBAI starting to knife down, getting rejected off of its prior day low. We'll watch that accordingly. Guys, I'm actually considering AFRM for some call options. It's somewhat intriguing me here. AFRM. Let's see. Buy now, pay later. Yeah, that's a strong chart. It's a very strong chart. Nice rejection there on IWM, guys. Really solid rejection there. XOM still trying to push here. Whoa, look at that nasty knife there on IWM. Really, really nasty. Again, IWM could hit 219.93 today if things get really nasty. We have first trim on our IWM 222 puts that we entered last week. Our first trim is around this 220.50 zone. I repeat, 220.50, that's a member trade. See what else we got going on here in the tape. Dixie still at 0.3%. Unity Software, that's up 4.5%. Strong move in Unity today. Beautiful move in Unity. 10-year yield, 20-year yield, 20. They're strong. Yields are strong today, guys. Snapchat positive on the session. DraftKings up 0.8%. SOXS is starting to move. Silver down 0.66%, but it has made a decent recovery. Crude oil taking a bit of a breather. TME, 10-cent music, that's up 3.5%. Very strong move there. Roku down 1.6. Chipotle down almost 3%. Nasty little sell on Chipotle. Nasty sell there. SMCI down about 3% on the session. Wow, SMCI actually hit my buy level today. That's quite interesting. Guys, keep a watch on SMCI. There's potentially another swing trade retest. I want to see these markets kind of bottom out, but SMCI potentially coming into yet again another swing trade level. Uber strong today. That's up 3.18%. Look at this Uber chart. New lows incoming on SPY, guys. Look at Uber. Someone call me my Uber. Breakout candle to the upside. Uber wants to tack 110. Wow, strong move on Uber. Sucking up some of that Tesla liquidity. Look at SPY, guys. New low of day. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, give us a knife through that prior day. I know you want to. I still have 5 contracts running on the 623 puts. I sold half. I still have 5 contracts running on the 623 0 DTEs. I'm looking for 100% gain on the trade. Lululemon under pressure today. That's down another 3% on the session. Ouch. Look at the knifing of price action right through prior day low, guys. Come on. Can it get any cleaner than that? Contracts are sitting at $1.27. Give me 100%. Come on. Come on, SPY. Hit my target. Hit my target. Sweeping prior day low liquidity. SPY is trying to sweep that prior day low liquidity, guys. IWM needs to follow suit and give us another new low of day. And of course, as the markets are selling, our puts are printing. Look what's moving up into the 112. Come on, XOM. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. SPY continuing to melt here, guys. IWM, 222 puts with members. They're acting nicely as a beautiful portfolio. Hey, look at this lower prints, guys, coming in. Here we go. Here we go. Look at that dump. What a dump, guys. Contracts just absolutely printed up over 100% on that dump, guys. What a monster sell candle. What a monster sell candle there. Holy. Beautiful. Carvana still slightly green on the session. That was a beautiful dump. Beautiful. So a huge knife through prior day low, just like I said, swept that prior day low liquidity. Beautiful. That was a monster trade, guys. XOM still trying to climb. IWM just hit double bottom, so we could still go a little bit lower here. But we hit a nice little deviation band here on SPY. I'm looking to trim these SPY puts. I'm still holding my 5 runners. That knife down happened too quickly to get out. But I'm looking at trimming at around $1.40. I would like $1.48. I did see upwards of $1.50, so the puts did go up 100% briefly there. But that was just too quickly for me even to exit. But I am getting close to our TP target here. Come on, give us a lower boundary retest. As soon as these contracts hit $1.48, guys, I will exit for 100%. Come on. We're almost there. 4 cents. Come on. 2 cents away. These are floundering sideways here. Give us a little bit of a lower price. Come on. Come on. Knife it. Knife it. A little bit lower. Don't bounce it. Don't bounce it. They are trying to bounce it. If you're wanting to trim your SPY puts, they're just under 100% profit here. I have no problem. IWM getting a bounce. I'm going to see if I can still get it a little bit lower. I might be being greedy, but that's okay. That's a nasty little breakdown below prior day low. We're getting a little bit of a buy the dip coming into the picture now. But give us one more little dip. Come on. Give us one more little dip. Come on. I want 100%. I might be being greedy. We basically kissed our profit target 2 here. But I'm looking for it to hit that zone. so I can take 100% on these contracts. Come on, here we go. All right, guys, contracts are almost at 100%. Come on. Come on. One more knife. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. We're almost there, guys. Boom! There we go. Contracts are up 100%, guys. I am all out. Beautiful. All out of the 0 DTE SPY puts, guys. All out of the 0 DTE SPY puts. I repeat, 622 calls are now printing in the money for members. Beautiful. Stunning move, guys. That was a beautiful trade there on SPY. Beautiful move. IWM still looking very weak here, guys. IWM still looking very weak. New low of day there on IWM. I like to see that. Guys, I just trimmed half of my IWM 222 puts with members. Issuing the alert now. Took 32% on those IWM 222 puts, moving stop to break even. So we trimmed IWM 222 puts nicely in the money for just over 32% gains, still holding some SPY. 622 swing trade puts. I still think now that we're into this gap window here, we could potentially even go back down to 620 today and try to fill that gap. I would like to see that. I'd like to see that hit. Take us even lower. Take us lower. Come on. Come on. Keep going lower, guys. This market is still a little bit vulnerable. We are hitting some support. This is hourly chart support on SPY, which is why I'm covering into this area. But we could still go lower after we form a bit of a bear flag. Once again, another beautiful 0 DTE trade in the live day trading room. Tesla back testing a little bit of support here. Perhaps this is where the market wants to find some near-term buying pressure. XOM coming under a bit of pressure here. Crude oil back testing on the 15-minute chart. IWM still looking pretty vulnerable here, but trying to find some support. You're at a deviation band on SPY. That's your standard deviation band 1 on SPY intraday chart. Right below prior day low. You've swept a whole bunch of liquidity here. Let's see what else we can find here. Sorry for saying Wolf holding 2.18. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to go briefly silent on the mic here. It's been a pleasure trading with you on making money in the morning session here. Nice little trades on the SPY puts and IWM puts with members. We're still holding some swing trades in IWM, but obviously we've taken profits on the 0 DTE plays. In terms of my IWM members, target profit TP1 here for the TP2 for IWM is going to be around this area here. I'll look to exit the rest of my IWM puts because they're shorter dates. In terms of a swing trade where I'd consider taking profits on my SPY 622 puts, which are up nicely for us, I want to see SPY fill this volume gap here. That's where I'd consider trading and trimming SPY. We have a little bit longer. We have the July 18th as opposed to July 11th IWM puts. Typically a little less volatility in SPY, so I wanted to give us a little bit more time on the clock. But IWM new low of day, I'm suspecting SPY could potentially break this area after consolidation. You might get a bounce on SPY here all the way back up to your opening range low, which would be a move to 623, and then potentially a bigger sell side candle. Sarfraz is looking at Wolf for a potential entry. Yeah, so this is kind of your area, right? You lose these lower wicks here, and you kind of want to stop out of the trade, but there's a bit of an entry here. It's aggressive. If you want to take it on the long side, Smite, a little bit of a negative divergence on the 5-minute chart. Let's look at the 15. 15-minute chart. Let's look at the hourly. Hourly chart, yeah, you could go a little bit higher, but very lofty up here, right? So you just want to have a defined risk and use, let's see.
I'm still holding my 625s for August.
You just want to basically, if you got a 15-minute close below this candle, I would consider stopping out. So this little bit of a tail wick here, which puts it around 214. So you're into a buy zone and aggressive, but if you lost that candle on a 15-minute close, so there's still 9 minutes left in that candle, then you just want to be mindful and pretty much exit that trade. So hopefully that helps, guys. I am going to tune you into another little trader group here. If anything drastic changes, I will jump back on because it's been a nice little trading session here.
Palantir is strong as hell today. If Palantir closed 135.70, it's going to 137.40 on Palantir. PLTR. Getting a nice bounce on the 15-minute chart here. Double bottomed. I think I'm already in Palantir calls. I am in 135s for this week. Man, they're pinning Rivian right here. So I trimmed my Rivian contracts. They haven't moved. They've been in the same spot. These Rivian puts are still here. 1258. This thing is not moving. Tesla 291.80. Tesla coming to test my level. My level was 291.64 on Tesla. This 10-minute candle actually came to 291.36. My level under that is 284.33 on Tesla. Is J Dash talking?
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm eating.
Nice, nice. I need to get some more coffee. I'll be right back.
So looking at Bitcoin, Bitcoin has, for the last, I don't know, 45, 35 minutes, been having a pretty decent little bounce, approaching downtrend resistance. VIX currently up 1.4%. Slight pullback, but the VIX looks like it wants to try to continue higher. The MAGS, MAGS pulling back, as well as SPX, SPY, QQQ. The Dow Jones is looks like it's in free fall, down 0.5% on the day. Google, after having a bit of a push, is getting a bit of a rejection. Probably want to go test the lows. Meta looked like it's trying to push higher. Microsoft butted up against downtrend resistance. Similar with Apple, and nvidia has taken on a bit of a bearish tone. No longer in that chop zone, broke out of that triangle to the downside. Amazon's still in that chop range, and Tesla's starting to curl over and go test the lows.
We got London closed in 20 minutes.
Adding the Tesla 287.5 puts. Yeah, Tesla look like it's a pretty high probability that it's going to take out that low.
You guys still there? SPY 621.95.
Watch out with Tesla if you're in puts. David Portnoy bought $10 million of Tesla calls in 2 weeks.
Wait, what did you say?
I said, careful if you have Tesla calls. David Portnoy, but the Barstool president, bought $10 million calls in 2 weeks. He
Interesting.
posted it online, I guess. I don't know. And he has a huge following because of his smart money bets or some shit.
Good morning, folks. Good morning, Monative.
Hey, Monative, how was your weekend?
Quiet. Very quiet. That's the way it should be, right?
Yep. Especially for us boomers, for sure.
No, I have a dog. He's 11, and he's always been afraid of crackers, and so I had to stay up very late on fourth and fifth because there's a lot of bursting going on nearby. So
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I slept in.
firecrackers. Yeah.
I really wanted to make a joke, but
I wanted to make a white person joke so bad on that, but I didn't.
I'll do it. You guys aren't allowed to do it, but us brown people can do it. Crackers.
Yeah, so I slept in yesterday. So got up slowly today. One of those days.
Monica, did you do your space on Sunday?
No, Archana is not free, so we're going to try and do this weekend. Anyway, it's probably more relevant this weekend. Let's see how the final setup is going into earnings. I mean, it's the expectations are tightening a little bit, but we're still really low, so I'm surprised.
Did you guys
Yeah.
go over the Japan uranium news by chance? No? Yes?
Well, after 14 years,
No.
they're starting nuclear power.
Yeah, so they plan to lift 8.5% of its electricity generation from nuclear. The plan is for 20% of its power by 2040 to be nuclear.
14 years after Fukushima, they're planning on doing it again, starting nuclear power again. Go ahead, Monative.
That's a
Sorry.
big deal. I mean,
No,
it's a
no.
big deal for them.
So they've had I mean, until Fukushima, they had a very mature nuclear program. So who are their suppliers, right? It's not like they're going to reinvent the supply. They're going to go back to, what they've had for, better part of 4 decades. So it's probably not that difficult to find out who their supply chain is for the entire nuclear program. Then maybe there's a, because locally all the equipment and stuff is going to come locally. They have a very large, heavy, industrial machinery complex there, right?
Hmm.
So they're not gonna import any of that stuff. So probably there's gonna be a few exceptions. So you have to look at, what is it that they don't have locally. Obviously, uranium itself, but they probably have processing in house.
It's just for me. I just like it. Like it's gonna be more accepted because if Japan's on board, they're the ones that got the such a big political hit for the nuclear reactors because of Fukushima. So I feel like that's a
Yeah,
big.
well, the other choice is they're extremely dependent on natural gas, which they hate to be, given how prices have moved up and down,
Hmm.
right? I mean, the only real capacity that was possible to bring back within 3-4 years was in Japan, in Germany, and to a lesser extent in a few other European countries. Right, the rest of the old plants or shuttered plants or paused plants are really, really, really old. So these are the three countries that can actually bring back substantial capacity, and all three of them are two plus maybe France and a few others are starting to bring back capacity, and that's a good thing. So the point I was making is, each of those are very mature industries. So, it would be nice to dig deeper and see where their supply chain was before and what's going to change, right? Because there's something tradable there.
Yeah, that's true. I FYI, I think just to switch topics real quick because I just noticed that I think Yellow City short core weave. I don't know. The bullet structure is still intact. Um, I don't know.
Well, talking about Corey for a second, son. So, you're going to start seeing both Microsoft and Nvidia. Well, Nvidia is not going to report soon, so Microsoft is going to report soon, right, this month. So they are a large user of CoreWeave, so you're gonna get some answers for how good that uptake is for CoreWeave.
I did buy some 180 calls core weave next week. Um, yeah, we'll
Yeah,
see.
I just stuck to Nvidia. I have a large
I
stock position, and I've added some calls.
Yeah, I mean that's a great. I mean, if you already have Nvidia, that's pretty great.
Drop it low, girl. Drop it low.
Why are the financials taking it on the chin today? Any specific news?
I don't think so, but they ripped so hard the past 2 weeks. So I'm just
Yeah, but
guessing
but
technically,
but
right?
yeah, but you know, earnings is right around the corner. It's a few days away, literally. Now you'd think there's some support at least till we get through the first few.
I don't know. Like to me, for me, if I was to be a fund manager, if I have money in financials, I'll be taking profit before earnings, taking some risk off, and then seeing what happens after. Um, but that's just me.
Good. Yeah, no, that's a fair point given how much they've run up. But I'm just thinking, I mean, almost every day now there's a drumbeat from Trump on getting the rates down
I
and
agree.
regulations down, right? So all those things end up helping them. And given that economy is not broken yet, loan demand should be solid. So we'll see. I mean, JPM should tell us exactly how the economy is holding up, right? So we'll see. Few days.
Dude, I can't believe it's earnings already. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, Monative. I kind of had that same sentiment that you just said about banks, and I was speaking to A-Man yesterday, and he just said that we're sort of at short-term peak positioning. So, I mean, it's a pretty quiet day to start the week, so might just be some profit taking.
Yeah, especially, in the beginning of the third quarter, I would always want to show profits in my books early to feel good. Starting off, you know. So,
Well, I tried to double down on my Boeing position, but I accidentally sold instead of bought, so I'm out. God damn it.
Well, it's not as bad as trying to sell and then end up doubling down on a
Yeah.
position.
Let me see if I can get back in. I really didn't want to sell this, but they were down 40%. That's not good.
dude, this core weave, man. Did you see that chart, J-Dash?
No, I'm not touching CoreWeave after that transaction they made today. I don't.
Good. I don't want you to touch that shit.
I know.
Good. Don't break it down.
What are the opposite of diamond hands?
J-Dash hands.
There you go.
Jeffrey hands as well.
Jeffrey hands. You don't want those hands touching your positions. Hey, Jeffrey, you see that Trump said that he wants to have a live UFC event at the White House next July 4th?
For the
250.
250, yeah.
Yeah.
Dana's
They'll
the
do
big
it.
fucking winner. My God, dude. I remember when Dana White was sitting there watching me sparring when he used to teach boxer aerobics for female executives at female employees at station casinos. He was a nobody, dude. Now he's worth fucking $1 billion. Good for him, though. You know he's now hooked up with the Saudis and they're doing boxing. J Dash.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah.
I got Crawford Alvarez.
Listen, here's an inside bet. You buy the draw on Crawford and Canelo because they always make twice as much money on the second fight, bro. If they're anywhere similar skilled, boxing is a business. It's not a sport. Just FYI, that's one of my trades, guys. You probably
Rock
get
11 new highs.
Yeah, Jeffrey, I'm not sure that. I mean, he's going up so much weight. I like Bud Crawford. I'm rooting for him over
the
Canelo.
fucking
But
man, bro. He's pound for pound.
I mean, I think you're gonna find out quickly that
Wait, you talk about me, Jeffrey? What?
J
I'm
Dash.
the
It's a
man?
business. It's a business. It's not a sport. They're starting this new boxing promotion with the Sods and dude, like weirder things have happened, bro. This is not.
Wait, so you think that fight is gonna end in a draw? That's what you said?
Yeah, I said that's a decent bet, like lotto play, right? Don't bet the house on it, but and just FYI, I nailed the Canelo Triple G draw 2,500, right? to 1. I nailed that call when it happened. I did bet it. Something to think about.
Yeah, well,
Just a lotto.
Yeah, well, it has to be a lotto. Less than 5% of all professional fights end in a draw.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, you know how many fights end in a draw? It doesn't
Yeah,
happen
yeah,
very often.
I'm just saying that, when it's ready, it'll happen. Like when it's the right fight. This is the right fight. New promotion, 2 headliners, evenly matched. It could happen. I'll see you in the second fight for double the pay-per-view.
I'll tell that bet. Is that this weekend?
No, it's in October, I think. First weekend of October, I think, at in Vegas at the where the Raiders play.
And what was the fighter's name?
Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford. I would bet the draw there. Nothing huge, but it's definitely a live lotto play.
They're basically the top 2 fighters of this last 10 years. This is hilarious. Boeing's only ticked up. Broadcom looks pretty good.
Palantir 136 on Palantir.
What do you think? 137 on that?
Huh?
What you called the price tag out earlier? 137.
Yep.
Your next level. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeffrey, I added the $10 calls on Big Bear. Boy.
Good to go, bro. I'm in theirs in September.
Yeah, I still got some 7s that I never closed.
Why don't you just roll out? When are the 7s?
For the 18th.
Oh,
I did roll out. I rolled out to the 10s, bro. I just told you that.
Well, close the 7s, bro.
I'll close them, but just not yet. It's just 2 contracts. I'm just gonna ride those.
Yeah.
Watch the spot closely. That last 15-minute candle close had a decent little bounce. Had volume on a decent little bounce. So you want to see if if that was the bottom or the local bottom rather.
Spike could go up more.
Jesus Christ, this Roblox is a powerhouse. It's up almost 4%. Straight up. Well, I mean, I guess pedophilia is now the thing for this administration since they're not bringing out the client list. So Roblox could do fine here. A lot more pedophiles on the list, on the app.
No, according to Faded Alpha, they call it maps.
Minors, attractive people. Map. Minor attractive.
Man, I don't know.
Minor attracted person. Yeah, that's sick as fuck. Sorry, we won't get political here.
Man, that's not political. That's moral or amoral, rather.
I argue with the person that I value really highly on this app about that, and he was like, "This no big deal." I was like, "You sick fuck! Don't ever say that to me, man." There's some weird people in the world.
Yeah, that Roblox daily looks like no joke.
Apple is back to the scene of the crime. 211.90. I just needed to hold on to 211.83.
Yep, you and I both
That
looking at the
one,
same thing.
Yes, sir.
Apple is one thing I don't get. I mean, Trump is personally going after it. It's already very expensive by multiples. And I'm sure China's sales is still falling. What the heck? What is with Apple?
I don't know. People love it a safety play, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose so. I don't get the safety play when it's that expensive. It is the most expensive Mag 7.
Yeah.
So Wolf is now up 84% today, 217. Amen. Called that out at
That's
I think
that's the stock price,
75.
right?
Hey, Kevin said to let people
Oh
speak.
shit.
He
Got
called
Yes,
that
him.
out. He called that
sir.
out on Tuesday at 75 cents last Tuesday. Amen.
My personal theory on why the Trump administration goes after Apple so hard is that Tim Cook is openly gay.
Or
Yeah, I don't think
or
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think one of his cabinet members is only gay as well, so
Basent.
I rebuke that.
Basent is openly gay, guys. The Treasury Secretary. By the way, they don't manufacture in the U.S. That's why he's after them. They want to bring manufacturing in the U.S., not in China, not in India. That's why. I don't think it's the first thing, but we all have our opinions.
Hey guys, I was just gonna say, I think Apple's getting the AI multiple treatment now.
Say stupid
I don't know how
shit.
realistic that is.
Sorry about that, Georgie. Just gonna say stupid shit and you lose your spot up here.
That part. Bull Bear, look at Apple's hourly chart. Look at the hourly time frame on Apple.
Yeah.
So to me, the app, as far as the hourly time frame goes, it's right on trajectory to continue down. So I'm just watching now. I ain't watching any other time frame on Apple now. Just watching the hourly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Under 211.83, I have 209.70 on Apple. I mean, if it loses that, man. And SPY has more room to come down as well. I think SPY plays out to the downside. Might be a slow grind. But yeah, Apple. That's the one I'm watching. I'm watching this 30-minute chart.
So whoever said that Apple is a AI play here, I mean, the only thing they've done right in AI is not blown the money like everybody else. That's it. They have nothing to show for not doing anything either, right? They don't
Well,
have a deal.
Yeah, well, they've got promise. They've got the platform. They've got the reach. If they do it right, you could see, they could do what propel. Who knows? But I don't know. I was just I was playing devil's advocate on the valuation.
No, I'm trying to have a proper argument on what the heck. I mean, safety trade, yeah, that's likely, but
I mean,
the chance that they do another mega deal, that pays them money to use somebody else's, it's going to be subject to a lot more restriction this time, is my guess.
a lot of people I respect on Twitter, and I'll have to dig deeply to get the names and stuff. They say that Apple is kind of in the catbird seat. They get to pick and choose which models, which companies they use.
I
They get
think
to develop out their platform. They have huge reach. They have
Hey,
Siri.
real quick,
They got a lot of stuff. All right.
real quick, George, and then y'all can go back to that Apple conversation. Bull Bear, you asked me about APLD earlier, right?
Yeah,
You were referencing what, an H pattern or just a sell
yeah,
off? What were
yeah.
we talking
H
about?
pattern, H pattern.
Okay, to me, it's looking like it could possibly get invalidated because I started looking at that. First thing I noticed was the potential H, but then I'm also looking at a weekly level that it bounced off of at 9.5. So I'm trying to see how this candle, this 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 next hourly closes, but I'm also watching this 15-minute time frame because it looks like it's ready to kind of push higher. It rounded off on the 15. You see how it's trying to invalidate the H on the 15?
Yeah, yep, yep. It's already invalidated actually on the 30 minute. Check the 30 minute.
so. iPhone sales were up in China about
Oh
8%.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not looking. I'll be looking for calls on that though. That's all I wanted to say. Now y'all can go back to Apple.
Apple's got a
Apple's
deal with
sales.
Alibaba too to use Alibaba's models in China.
Yeah, and their
So
sales were up
they'll
8% in China. I think that's a lot to do with it, in my opinion.
See, that's probably it, at least today. That makes far more sense.
Agreed.
wanted if maybe you've got insight on so the big question I have with Apple is that Google arrangement they have and how that's going to change given the trajectory of search. And it doesn't seem like search is going to grow. Like if Google or Apple wants to modify that deal, like what that even looks like.
Yo, I don't mean to cut you, bro. Real quick. On Palantir is at 136.65. If you look at the 1 hour on Palantir right now, it's printing a 3 white soldiers, and I'm also getting a buy signal on the 1 hour for Palantir. My level up to the upside is 137 on Palantir. My level above that is 137.39, and then 140 on Palantir, PLTR.
APLD, grab $10 calls for July the 25th.
Yeah, I think
Stop
it's,
loss would be an hourly close under 950.
yeah, I think I'm, let me see what I'm in on this.
I've got APLD leaps January 15.
I got some January 15s also, sir.
I have August 15 $15 calls on that. I add to that. Actually, I should right here. Add it.
Okay, shout out to Jeffrey MREO. I'm up 13% over 13% on the position since you called it out. Thank you.
$7 to $10 if data is good. That's where we're headed. That's my one other binary event here. And if it doesn't hit this time, it will hit end of year. It'll be a 90% chance of hitting its data points.
I still own RARE, which is doing their phase 3 test for them. I think they're not doing as well, but I still like that company.
Yeah, that
Ultragenics.
could hit $80, man.
Rare can hit 80.
Yeah.
Damn, bro, that's okay.
They trimmed more of these SPY 625 puts at $160 a contract.
I want them to see buy MREO. That would be great once data hits.
Look at this fucking Apple. Look at Apple 211.85. Just die under my level already. Come on, man. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this should be it on Apple. Come on. Make these 210s go in the money. Let's go, baby. Dump this. Come on. It's stuck at 211.83, bro. Look at this thing. Apple. It's just gonna play with me today.
Man, Apple's headed to the basement, man.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely.
I saw something just now I wanted to um show you, Big Kev. I think it's on Spy, actually. Hold on, let me go back. Where is it on Apple? Is it the 1 hour? 2 hour? 4? Where is it? Where the hell did I lose this?
Shout out to whoever called BT last week. That fucking thing minted me some money today.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier this morning that it was up quite
Look at
big.
that. Look at that hourly candle on BBAI, man. It looks like it wants to break out here, break over 8. We'll see. Sorry, BT.
I don't know who called it out last week. I forget if it was Butters or Bull Bear. I don't know.
Yeah.
The BT.
Yeah, last week. Or I guess last Thursday.
Yeah, I think Butters was talking quite a bit about that.
Yeah, Butters. So Big Kev, on Apple 1 hour chart, bro. If it comes back up here, if it bounces to 213, that's the right shoulder on Apple. And that's VWAP as well on the 1 hour chart for Apple.
It ain't gonna make it back there.
I don't know, because it's under my level. It's under 211.83 right now. It's at 211.70. So I want this to keep. I mean, let's go, baby.
Some macro news is out. Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov, Russia is ready to supply Iran with enriched uranium at levels sufficient for peaceful nuclear program.
All right, I got a chart for you, Bull Bears and Kev. GRAB. They had an upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, grab $5 calls.
Look at that! Look at that bad boy on the daily. Looks like a really nice inverse head and shoulders.
Yep, I've had this one for forever. The $5 calls.
Yeah, I talked about this thing at $2 with JD way back when we first
Yeah.
started running the spaces, but really didn't go anywhere, and then it just took off once BinTwit found out about it a little bit.
Yes, sir. I mean, the $5 calls for December 2027.
Hey, Monative, I got a question for you. If diesel prices go up, we buy the refiners, correct? That would be a tertiary play for diesel because we're at the lowest inventory going into the summer months than we have since 1966 in diesel. What? How would you play that?
Hold on, real quick. I'm closing these SPY 625 puts for today up $205 or 120%.
Wow, nice job, dude.
Thanks, bro.
Mounted, did you hear me?
Yeah. So Jeffrey, go back, right? Go back 2-3 months when oil sold off. The primary justification for that was weak economic activity or worries about weakening economy. Now, at least for now, we don't have that much of
Monative,
weakening, right?
hold on a second. Hold on, real quick. Palantir 137.63. Palantir is breaking out over my level. Palantir is breaking out.
Hey,
Go ahead.
any of you guys, if I hear you talking, I will pause
Yeah, you do
instantly,
good,
so you
Mounted.
don't have to say anything.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good now. I just wanted to call out that trade. Sorry, bro.
No, I hear you starting to speak. I will pause, so you don't have to worry about it. I've learned that lesson a long time ago, so I will do that. So Jeffrey, yeah, if you take off the risk of economic activity declining rapidly, then you have a shortage, and that's why they're increasing production. It's not like they're stupid. They're not going to just dump and create much worse situation for themselves. Though they have budgetary issues, yes, Saudi certainly do, but they are seeing strong demand, and we don't know how long Iran can sustain its production. They probably lost some capacity, and they're probably going to run out of stock soon enough. So I do think that refiners should do just fine. The fact that we will have a maintenance season too, right? Starting soon. So a lot of capacity will go online and offline, back and forth. So you should start to see some pickup in retail gasoline. I think so, at least. So we unless we see economic weakening, I'm not worried about refiners.
Yeah, I wish I would have fucking went into Valero when it hit 100. Looks pretty good on the chart. Inverse head and shoulders, starting to break out of the neckline already. This is a good play into the summer driving season. Like I said, diesel supplies at its lows here. Very interesting. I think it's going to bust the move here. I'm going to grab some 160s 2 months out.
Actually,
Which one, Jeffrey?
Probably September 160.
No, of what? I'm sorry, I didn't
Valero.
catch that.
Valero.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, we talked about Valera, I think, last week or the week before.
Yep, I was in it.
I grabbed the 145 calls for August 15th. I'm up 55% on those right now. So I like that Valera play. You sold your Valera, Big Kev?
Yep. So I started doing triage, and it was one of them that had to go.
Nice. Palantir about to hit 138, guys. These contracts went from 365 to 500.
You guys have any good copper plays?
I have never played copper.
I think FCX. I think FCX is the one that Sun was talking about last week.
Freeport. Yeah.
Where's that Freeport Magnum?
Look into that.
SPY 621.34. Next level on SPY is, what is this? 620.80 for SPY. So next level to the downside.
Still holding some of those 620. Still holding some of those 621 puts.
Let's go. I'm out of my 0 days, so I had to cut them. I did good on those.
Yeah, I think we go test that July 2nd high a day.
Yep, you are 100%
that
right.
that we talked about earlier.
Yes, sir. See ya. Trim Palantir puts right here. Have one runner left. I mean, Palantir calls have one runner left. My target for Palantir to the upside is 140.46 on Palantir.
I mean, the VIX looked like it's headed straight to 18. I think 1820 is resistance.
Yo, look at these look at this SPY play out, bro. Beautiful. Apple 211.66 on
So
Apple. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
no, you're good. You didn't know. So I'm looking at Apple has already played out, taken out the low. I'm looking at the Qs, and I'm on a 30-minute time frame, and it's looking like an H pattern forming on the Qs. So like the Qs hadn't even taken out that low yet.
Man. Fuck, we should have shorted IWM and fucking AMD. Look at this thing.
I just got long JP Morgan 292 as a retrace to the breakout. So I'm going to see if that holds as some support.
JP.
Bought 295 calls this week.
I got AVGO 280 calls this week. Chart looks strong. Oracle also looks strong now.
I added to my AEVA calls on the pullback.
I think Amazon looks good here. Should go to 225, at least to pre-market highs, 224.66.
On JPM, on that 30-minute chart, I'm getting a sell signal on JPM. Be careful. Because if it loses this level, it comes to 290.
Yeah, I mean, I still
Yeah.
got Thursday's low to use as support. So
Yeah.
it might just be a bounce here.
Yeah.
But I got in it pretty good right there.
Nice.
Thanks.
You're welcome, bro. These ABBV AbbVie 185 puts are up $45 a contract, or 9%. I think Wells Fargo did get a downgrade this morning.
Somebody needs to mute themselves. We hear a lot of shuffling.
All right, guys, if you have time, look at VFC Corp on the daily. I just went and bought some September $15 calls. I did like the van presentation that they had. I think it was in Asia or Japan or something like that. There is, in September, there's 7,000 open interest at the 2250s. Obviously, that's just lotto looking stuff, but there is quite a bit of open interest from $10 to $17 in the September contracts.
That's Vans, the shoe company. Vans.
It's VFC.
They make Vans.
North
VFC,
Face, Timberlands, Vans.
Okay.
Lot
Okay,
of
those are
lot of
good
debt to
brands.
that bitch though. But yeah.
Also interesting, I was looking at that this morning, Jeffrey, because VFC is one of the largest producers of clothes and or apparel in Vietnam. And there's some uncertainty about these extra tariffs from China that need to get clarified because essentially most of what I read is most of like the yarn and fabrics get imported from China for that manufacturing. So there's a question of whether it's actually going to be like these companies might be actually getting the 40% tariffs and not the 20% tariffs.
Oh, that's interesting.
So yeah, just they. I just saw an analyst saying we need clarification from the administration on how these whatever they're calling these pass through tariffs from China, like if it applies to this type of these materials as well, or if they're just trying to do it to prevent them from shipping chips through Vietnam.
Man, fucking Roblox just having a day. Jesus.
Palantir 138.05. Palantir.
Yeah, Broadcom is strong, just about at the high of the day again, 277.20.
Yeah, I'm in the 280s Friday. FCO. I like the flag on the intraday. $280 would be over the all-time highs there. Currently from it's only last week.
Who's breathing hard or something?
It's my fan in the bed. Sorry, guys.
Do you have any AC down there, or just
I had to
fan?
buy it, bro. I'm renting a house, but I had to put in a AAC unit. But we're here for 6 months, so I'll just end up taking it with me. 5 years.
Gotcha.
There was a lot of volume on the AVGO 280s for Friday.
This is such bullshit. Why do they skip a bunch of months for certain stock options, especially when data's coming out? I fucking hate these Nectar market maker guys. Excuse me, not Nectar, Viking. They did that on fucking purpose.
Is it just quarterlies after a certain date? Is that what you're seeing, like September?
It goes monthly. It goes into August, and then it skips all the way to November.
Oh,
It's fucked because we got P2 data
that is
coming out
weird.
on the oral, which is the whole thesis behind this company. So if that data does well, it can move. Hopefully.
I don't know how that works. Can market makers just decide to make a market on
That's what I'm
any?
at.
Yeah.
It's month by month until you hit fucking after August.
Or does it have to go through the CBOE first?
Yeah, I don't know. But then after that they go the first, the second. Well, fuck. I don't know. I'm not the option guru.
So
Maybe Jay.
so Viking Oral is that's a strong play potentially.
That's the play for this brand here, but it's only on P2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a nice push on the Qs. Damn.
Fuck.
Oracle's
Yeah,
looking
Microsoft looks bullish
pretty
now. Got stopped out of my Microsoft puts a long time ago. Meta's looking like it's pulling back. Nvidia's getting a nice push here. That's probably accounting for the Qs getting a push as well. Amazon still chopping to the upside, but starting to look more bullish than it's looked. Tesla now is starting to curl to the upside. Looks like the H pattern is about to be invalidated. Yeah, Google after having a bounce pullback is starting to look like it's trying to bounce again. Apple possibly have bottomed, and then you see a pretty significant bounce on IWM in the Dow Jones.
You got a nice move in Soundhound taking place.
So Basent was saying that they're going to have some trade deals within the next 24 hours. They want quality over quantity. So whatever that means.
I don't know if it means anything, but they were putting Navarro on TV today.
He's a fucking moron. He's on FinTwit trying to sell his jail book.
It's like just giving everyone PTSD.
I grabbed the Viking 30s for Friday at 30 cents. Probably should have grabbed 29. Time's still moving, up 33% today. I did sell 2,000 shares. I'm going to keep the rest for long term.
The other 98,000 shares.
Yeah, I wish. I'm not big Kev. Or I should say amen.
Yeah, right. I'm about to say, yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Amen. I wish I would have hit that. I mean, it makes sense to me.
Wolf is at 250, up 110%.
Damn. What's the news on that? Is that just a squeeze?
Yeah, but Amen said that to buy at 75 cents last week. He said basically,
Fuck.
I mean, they're in bankruptcy, but they're not going to. They have enough assets, is what he said, that they're just going to restructure, but the stock shareholders wouldn't like lose. They basically won't wipe them out.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a huge.
So BB tried to tell you guys AEVA. Definitely had an opportunity to buy it Friday and today. Still having opportunities. Approaching Friday's high a day. It clears that, then we're going to look for that 38.80 previous all-time high.
I was catching a little bit too. Not as good as AIVA though.
Rivian.
Another one, INOD, NO data. Caught a bit of a bid thus far. Still looks like it's trying to push a little bit higher. Doesn't really have that volume coming in like you want to see, but we still have time.
PCT. I'm heavy into that name. Looks like a flag is forming nicely here. The 1 hour. I think that's gonna keep
Yeah, I
moving
like
up.
that. That's on my short list. I like that. I talked about it Friday, but you weren't here.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm heavy in that name in my long-term account.
Yep, I remembered. That's how I know you weren't here when I talked about it, because I was actually invoked your name whenever I talked about it.
PCT's on your short list?
No. I have a list that's not long, not
Oh,
a list of things I'm going to short.
oh, okay. I wasn't
Yeah,
quite
I
sure.
think no. I think I could have worded that better.
It's the $1 million dollar premium for Rocket Lab, July 18th, $35 calls came in.
Dude, I'm locked and loaded on this one.
I followed the whale.
Rocket Lab.
Yeah, I mean, I bought it on the dips. Carvana too is making new highs. I kept buying that on the dips this morning.
Rocket Lab.
RBRK, J Dash mentioned that. I think that hit pullback. So,
I got out of JP Morgan. It didn't bounce at all. It seems like it's going to continue to sell.
yeah, I mean, I think some of these banks are going to have to consolidate a little bit, but
I want to see RBRK get over 94 because it says sort of channeling down a little bit. You could look at it that way. But I like the company. I think I missed Rocket Lab. The ship has sailed.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean with options, it's kind of tough to play that one now. I bought the 8-1 $40 calls, and this week $39 calls, but
I had mentioned a firm about 2 weeks ago, and a few times after that, it was looking good in the mid 60s. It's above 70 now, still pushing, still has room. I don't see there being much resistance to like 74.
you know, this was one of my favorite stocks for last year.
A firm?
Yeah, for some
Yeah, I
reason.
mean, there was that short squeeze was playing out in it. It was nice.
Well, I mean, the weekly just looked so nice at a certain point. I remember.
I don't know if anyone's brought it up today, but Clover Health really has got a good move. A lot of options activity. 500% above normal.
You
Wasn't
know,
that a Chamath SPAC, Clover?
It is.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, but
change in management. There's a guy from Google that I think Monative knows. I forgot his name. Who's now the CEO? Michael Quinn or something like that. I'll have to go back and look. I mean, I've been in since $1. I got out at $4. But yeah, it's a changing company. I think it's actually a real company and not this.
well, I don't think it's fair to say Chamath after like 4 or 5 years or whatever.
Yeah, but
I
keep
was
gotta look
more
at the management.
revisiting history, and
No,
I haven't
I
heard
know,
that
but
name in a long. I haven't heard the name in a long time.
oh
um,
really? Jeffrey's
I
been
do have
saying
a
it.
I don't listen when Jeffrey speaks most of the time.
I
Go
do
ahead,
have.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, I mean, it only went from $1.20 to like $4.50 when I called it out.
This guy
JDAC.
making billionaires everywhere.
So there you go. I did get into PDD just for Friday. 110 calls. It just broke a wedge. So we'll see on the daily. We'll see what happens.
So he took 5 minutes just to tell us he's back in China.
Looks like they're being supported here, so we'll see. And I did read some stuff where
Yeah, they're
trying
being supported by anti-Americans.
they're trying
Yeah,
to increase
by
consumer.
Colombians.
You're the
And
most
you did
anti-American guy.
see a post by this administration saying that they could do things with China, so the U.S. and China can work together even after these tariffs. That's what just came out of the administration. A little bit of
Jeffrey,
positive spin.
Jeffrey, just admit it. This is how you're showing your support for TikTok.
No, listen, I don't even use TikTok. I don't like TikTok, but Trump loves it and never. I mean, the guy's gonna grift and make him and his family and his friends around him super rich, and that will be TikTok deal. You guys watch. You watch.
Wait,
I've
so
got
how
my
does TikTok make Trump rich?
because he'll have an ownership of the American company.
Oh,
He's gonna
Jeffrey.
own it too?
He's gonna have a percentage with Oracle, Larry Ellison, the private guys.
Wait,
No,
where's that? I don't think
They're
the
gonna
president's allowed to take a stake in the company, man. That's ridiculous.
No, son. What I think Jeffrey is, I'm not speaking for Jeffrey here, but originally this was one of the things that if they started a what do you call it, like a not an investment fund for the U.S., a sovereign wealth fund, they were going to put a piece of it.
He's literally saying
The
Trump
only
is gonna
talk.
have a piece of it, though.
Yeah,
I guarantee he will.
He's not. Okay.
His family,
He's gonna file.
somebody in there will have it.
Okay, so I just want to loop something around Big Kev. I brought up SFRM earlier, and the guy Jeff Yaz, who owns Susquehanna, bought a 10%. He is the largest private holder of TikTok. Same guy. I don't know if Big Kev's even here.
Yeah, I'm here. I heard that. I didn't know if I was supposed to say anything or not, but yeah, I heard.
No. So I just wanted to loop around like who that guy was that was buying Surf Air Mobile. Same guy that's the largest shareholder.
I didn't even care who it was. The fact that all you knew who he was all I needed to know. I don't even give a fuck who he is.
Well, I forgot. Yeah, but he's got Trump's ear is the thing. He's the reason why he's a friend of Trump. And after he spoke with Trump is when Trump changed his mind on TikTok.
You guys see AT&T? I'm seeing like 1,000% over the daily average options volume today. It's up 5% today, the stock, and it's only noon.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's that the bead money coming out of the big better bill. Directly affects AT&T, Verizon, all the broadband companies and networks. Who else is on that? I think I had a whole list of like
Verizon's
Oracle,
still
Cisco.
Oh, BTBT.
I mean,
Is
it's going to be a lot of it's
yeah.
a lot of people. It's a lot of people who are going to benefit from a lot of this funding that aren't running today. But eventually it will move.
The one thing I'm trying to figure out is, did they try to price in this bill before, too? I don't know.
And when you say they, you're talking Verizon
I'm just saying the
specifically, or
market's
just
trying to get price in
okay.
the bill in general. Yeah. And it's just doing what it was going to do before the bill anyway.
Es posible.
Yeah, I have no idea.
This AT&T chain, this is a lot of activity.
Big volume just came in on the indexes on the 1 minute.
Trump posted a tariff letter that he sent to Japan.
Oh, and they're selling off on that.
Drop it low.
Make these puts great again, baby.
Yes.
Well, Japan recently just kind of walked away from the trade talks. They just told Trump to fuck off. He told him
Yeah, that's not the point, though.
of
It's to
course
get an
not,
idea of
son. Every
what the
time I
letters
say
are
something,
supposed to
you're just gonna
be.
come over the top. But it's all right. Keep arguing
What?
with me.
What's the point of saying that, though? Like,
What do
we're
you mean?
trying to
What the
get an
fuck? The
idea
point?
what.
It's because that's one of our largest trading partners, one of the big valuable trade tariff talks, and they walked away from the table.
I know.
That's
My
pretty dumb.
point is they're sending a letter to show what the other letters that he's sending. He's sending a bunch of these letters to every other country. It's not just about Japan.
What
That's
are you
my
talking about?
point.
I just said Japan walked away from the trade table.
I know, and I'm
That's
trying
that's
to
a big
say what
deal.
I'm trying
It's
to say
not
is not
Vietnam.
just
It's
about
fucking
Japan. I'm
Japan.
saying
About
this
to
is
hit that
to
level.
show
About to
to
crash
see
right.
about what other letters
All
they're
right, all
showing.
right. Ease up, guys. It is true, Jeffrey. He's sending
Jeffrey
bunch of
gets so
letters,
I
mad.
know
couriers
that.
too.
I know
Hold
that.
on, hold on, hold on. Leave that, guys. Let's keep moving.
We're on the lows of the day.
All right, it looks like he sent it to Korea.
Things are getting crazy here. SPY's breaching value area highs. I just closed the rest of my SPY puts. I repeat, all my SPY puts are now finished and closed. What a knife in the market. We're looking for 619 here. What a monster. So Korea, Japan, again, 25% tariff. We're now coming into a buy zone for the markets. So 619.02 is your pre-market low. I repeat, 619 is your pre-market low. So we took a massive amount of profit there on our swing short. SPY is now coming into a buy zone here around 618. I'm going to be going long SPY, guys. I am going to be going long SPY. I want to see if we can tap the 618 area, but what a monster dump in the main indices, breaching value areas here, sweeping that gap fill. What an epic trade. We banked on those put options. Beautiful. I'm all out of my SPY 622 puts. Crazy. All right, guys, so I'm looking at some SPY call options. I'm going to be taking 620 0 DTEs. For a move into this volume weighted average price here at 618.73. Let's see if we can get a nice little trade here. But everything took a hard knife to the downside. I closed my puts. Our swing profits there, we absolutely crushed those. So I banked just under 30% on those swing put options on SPY. The 622s printed, IWMs printed. Imagine we were still holding those 0 DTEs off of this sweep high. I don't even want to look what those are at. But I am looking at going long SPY. I think we can still get a retest of this low. So this dump was on the back of tariff announcements. Come on. Let's see what we can get here. But puts absolutely crushed it here. We're in a very bearish trend. Very bearish trend. Markets are trying to stabilize here. That was a hard news candle to the downside. So I'm looking at taking 620 calls, but I want to get it lower. I want a new low of day. I want to get long around the 618.74. Come on, guys. And look at JPM, guys. We're almost up 100% on those JPM puts that we took up here on Friday. Sorry, on Thursday. Keep saying Friday, but Thursday we're up almost 100% on our two. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong strike date. We're about $1.25 per con on these 290 puts. Hopefully JPM can keep melting to the downside. Come on, SPY. Keep going. Keep going lower. Come on, SPY. Give us another little knife down. Get ready, guys. Get ready for a bit of a long scalp here. Again, just hopping on because we did get some extra market volatility. So like I said, if anything crazy happens, I would hop on. And we might get a long scalp here off of the 618.75. I'm looking at 620 puts. Be careful because we already bounced once. IWM looking weak still. Let's look at two main SPY charts. We're going to look at the 3-minute and we'll throw in the hourly. So we have two SPY charts. Let's see what we can get here. We've swept the gap. We still haven't tapped pre-market low. P, where's this pre-market low? Did I turn it off? I shouldn't have. The 30-minute chart of SPY. See, the 30-minute chart of SPY, we hit that 50 MA, which we're bouncing off the support. Come on, I want another little dump. We're still trying to find some support here in the main indices. Come on, we're looking at a long on SPY. Want to hit the 618.75 zone. We are testing a value area high on SPY. There is some support here. We can't deny that. We've swept the gap liquidity, knifed through that gap like a hot knife through butter. Very extension move to the downside. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Markets are trying to firm up here though, but there's still a chance that we can go a little bit lower. Even though we are firming up here in the short term. Yeah, we crushed it on our swing trade, guys. Nice job. You can see this value area high here at 620.17 is your value high. We've closed all of our swing short positions on the main indices. Up 35% on IWM, roughly 39% on SPY. We printed 100% on the 0 DTE puts. We still have some swing puts in financials, which I'd like to ride to the downside. SoFi, come on, SoFi, bring it in. SPY trying to work itself through. So despite having a lot of longs in this market on the swing trade side, we hedged nicely on Thursday with SPY, IWM, and financial puts. And those are keeping our P&L from declining here. You can see SPY's hugging this value area high right now. Come on back down. Give us a retest of these lows. We have a lot of volume now traded here. Give us another retest. Pre-market high is around 619.02. Sorry, pre-market low is around 619.02. We came very close to tagging it, but just missed it. Apple's down 1.24%. Bitcoin still only down 0.86%. Tesla down 7.2%. Nvidia only down 0.57%, but a potential 15-minute head and shoulders on Nvidia. If Nvidia starts to lose this little consolidation pattern, it's been holding some strength, but if Nvidia triggers this head and shoulders pattern here on the 15-minute by breaking this little neckline zone, then this market can go much, much lower. And what's really interesting is you've had some pretty strong weakness in the semi-stay, and Nvidia is still holding steady for the time being. So these main markets can go lower today if Nvidia starts to break down. For now, it's holding some resiliency as usual. Again, I was looking for a long a little bit lower, but at least we printed on the downside. Ticker Wolf having a nice little 45-minute pullback. Markets are getting a really big bid here. Nice bounce. Palantir's, yeah, ripping face here. How's Boeing doing today? I haven't looked at Boeing. BA. You know what we should look at is Marvell. MRVL. How's that doing? Ooh, interesting. Very interesting on Marvell. MRVL. Nice down day today, down 3.63%. Testing some weekly demand here. Marvell, Marvell, Marvell. What do we know? I guess Marvell maybe isn't ready yet. It's getting close, but a little lower. Marvell could get a minor bounce here. There's some support. Alright, let's flip back to Tessie. Tessie just trading sideways. Let's look at that IWM again. IWM still holding that value area high. I think leg up or leg down is probably going to be based off of what Nvidia does here. Nvidia is still holding above prior day. So it's acting okay for the time being. But again, if Nvidia wants to trigger this breakdown, then we are taking our next trip down to the basement. I still like SPY long off of this 618.77 zone. This is a nasty bearish engulfing candle on the 3-minute chart on SPY. We'll see if it yields more downside. Bitcoin's still holding up okay. Really stuck between its opening range low and high. Hasn't given us a clear decisive move. Netflix is trying to bounce. Again, this is what we want to see for a healthy market continuation. I still remain bullish over the next 1 to 3 months, with a little bit of caution over the next 1 to 2 weeks in terms of this distribution phase, which is why we've started nibbling on some more put options, but yet again still remaining positioned on the bullish side of the market. We've taken quite a bit of profits into this all-time high rush, but I still think you can make money on both sides of the equity market, both the long and the short side. And I do think that there's still higher price to come over the coming months, just going through a bit of a profit taking into the beginning of Q3 here. I think there's still going to be some capital rotation trends. Semiconductors should see more weakness, which is what the trend is today. I still think that there's going to be a nice rotation into China stocks. Tesla really struggling here still. It's just stuck in this very tight consolidated range on Tesla. One ticker that's doing incredibly well today, remaining on the bullish side of the market, ticker XYZ. Once again, our $70 calls are tapping right there. We still got a lot of time left on those contracts, so good to see that XYZ is still working out. So take a look at our JPM puts. JP Morgan looks like it's going for another new low of day. Again, whenever financials underperform the market intraday, that typically results in continued bearish price action. So keep your eyes on financials. JP Morgan still has not filled its gap. So let's see if JP Morgan wants to fill its gap. Nice down move on Citigroup today. Let's look at BAC, Bank of America, also coming down, but holding a little bit more relative strength. XLF is down by about 1%. So XLF has filled its gap to the downside, but your leaders like JP Morgan have not. Not yet, at least. See if we get a flush, guys. I'm still interested in a long trade. JP Morgan continuing to melt here. So instead of entering 620 DTE calls, I'm going to be a little bit more conservative and enter 619 calls if we hit this 618.77 area. That is the key zone where I'd like to get long some calls. Okay. So Pierce of 619, I get long the 619 DTE SPY calls. We are melting here to the downside. Wow. Anyone still holding those 623 DTE puts that we took off the market session here off of this sweep? We pretty much picked the top. Those contracts are almost at $3 right now. From 74 cents entry to $3. Jeez, pretty crazy. It's days like this, I wish I still held some runners, but netting a nice profit nonetheless. Can the markets retest lower? Can they do it? Red SPY is continuing to melt a little bit lower. So I'm looking at entering 619 0 DTE calls off of this level. Everyone telling you way in advance, if we get through to this blue line here, 618.78, I will enter some 0 DTE upside calls. I'll probably take between 10 to 20 contracts. Just depends on how fast we get into that zone. Here we go. All right, we got 2 SPY charts up because things are about to get serious here. Come on. Come on, go for SPY. Take us down. We've had now 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive, actually considering the Thursday candle, we've had now 5 consecutive hours of selling in SPY. Beautiful move. Back to the downside. This is very healthy for a continuation trend later on in the month. I love to see this type of selling, profit taking. Guys, JP Morgan 290 puts are coming into play. I repeat, JP Morgan 290 puts. JPM's at the lowest point of the session today. So I am considering taking profits on JP Morgan. 290 puts are absolutely printing to the downside. Come on. And the nice thing is with these profits, we can work some of our averages in our swing positions. I'm looking at accumulating a little bit more. I'm looking at potentially taking another run up in FedEx. We took some monster profits on FedEx, the 240 calls. We're still holding September 250s, but I'm looking at entering with these short profits, rolling them into some more upside calls. So names I'm looking at, entering and accumulating a little more is Lennar, KHC, maybe even Lilly, Eli Lilly. You could each say down 1.5%, looking like a failed breakout potentially. It's still early. Look at JP Morgan, guys. JP Morgan's continuing to sell. Pretty bearish for the market. We're coming up into a demand zone here for JP Morgan around this 290.37. There is some demand here. Nice oversold condition. Come on, JP Morgan. SPY, get ready, guys. Get ready. We might have a long trade here on SPY. Guys, I trimmed half of my JPM 290 puts, moving stop to break even. We're still just waiting on SPY here. It's just dripping a little bit lower and lower. So SPY's still coming into target, guys. I'm looking for a move into this 618.75 to go long the 619 calls.
I'm gonna grab a starter in these 140s for December 19th.
I grabbed Visa's 140, 340s for August 1st puts.
Spotify new highs of the day.
AEVA is still looking pretty strong considering the news cycle today.
I don't see anything. Google has to hold this level right here, where it's at right now, or it's coming down to 175.57 on GOOGL Google. What is this fucking thing doing this thing? Let's help some call. 621. Come on, Apple. You could do it. I know you want to. I grabbed some SPY 621 zeros. Again, round two.
I covered my shorts.
Yep,
I covered it.
nice.
You think they would have pushed it through, but they didn't,
Yep.
and it looks like it could be forming a W
Up
now.
up 21% on these SPY 621 zeros.
And I might have to leave, and I don't know if I'll be here in the day. Fuck this.
Look at Spotify. Flight to safety, apparently. Netflix, too, has been going up ever since the tariff news. I mean, I've been holding Spotify since last week. I was down on them this morning, like 30-40% for a month out, but I'm back green now. Damn, this Roblox is not stopping.
Yeah, destroying shorts.
Could they hit 108 soon?
The thing is a monster.
I got wrecked on Roblox this morning.
Yeah, if you look at their
Yeah.
growth, it's just amazing. I think they're gonna have good numbers again. Whenever
It finally hit 108. Yeah, I mean it's insane. I think every time it hit the 21 and just touches it, it's just been fucking going up. The 20
Out of
MA.
these SPY 621 zeros for 30%. Still holding my 625s for August. Sorry, son.
That's her.
I mean, Roblox is bringing in over $1 billion a quarter now, and I think that's going to go up once their next earnings call.
Is it $1 billion?
They're over $1 billion a quarter.
So I think because Roblox is going up too, it's kind of inevitable that Unity slowly will go higher. I mean, I would rather play Leaps on it if I'm gonna play it, but I could see that being bought out.
I was looking at like all the analysts are reaffirming their overweight on Roblox, and they're all like pushing up their price targets. I don't know if that means anything, but
Is that why it got pushed up today? Was that today?
no,
Or-
that's been
Members,
happening
I
for a
just
while.
entered a trade on
Nothing.
OKTA.
I didn't see anything
Issued
today,
a
but
swing
there might
trade
have been
alert
something.
on OKTA.
Maybe it's just short covering today. I don't know why it moved so much. It's a big move.
I think analysts, the quiet period for analysts with Chime and BOYG is over. They upgraded Chime.
VOYG
I
has
didn't see
been a
VO.
dog.
Yeah, that's not one that I really like that much. Anyway, but they're quiet periods for analysts. Oh, PCT had an upgrade today.
So check this out. You know how you have Circle, right? So if somebody launched a meme coin called Circle, and Circle is suing that, suing that person or whoever created it or whatnot, and that meme coin 12x in an hour, based off that news.
It's doing what?
Circle, the entity, right?
Yeah. But what's the meme
stock,
coin doing?
whatever, it pumped 12x in an hour.
Oh my god, because they're getting sued. This is the fucking
Yes.
stupidity
Streisand
of
effect.
crypto.
How do you
I
sue a
love
meme
it.
coin though? That's crazy. Like
Exactly. I
just
love that.
some rando on Pump Fun or something created.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
right. Pump fun for
I'm gonna
gamers
make a
created.
meme coin and I'm gonna expose myself on national TV and maybe it'll pump up 1000x. I'll just fucking flash the
We
world.
already did. It's called the El Jefe coin.
I'll flash the world. Something stupid like that.
What you gonna call it? The mini squirt?
The El Burro coin.
You should like film yourself going into all the like bars in
This
Colombia, starting fights and stuff.
the
That'd be
straight up
fun.
hummus coin.
I would be dead if I did that. Whoever George, you want me dead? You want me dead?
I thought you were a
That-
fighter, Jeffrey.
Yeah, but you can't fight a bullet from a motorcycle assassin that people can pay for $300.
Whoa, when did an assassin come in?
300. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Fucking crap.
yeah. They still have them here.
I bought some, by the way. That Circle meme.
Of course you did. Now you're gonna get another Lambo off of this bullshit. This. I hate this market. This is the goddamn worst market I've ever traded in fucking 40
Yo,
years.
real quick. Tesla on the 15-minute chart. It's under my level at 291.64. Tesla is at 291.34 right now. If it holds under this level, my next level is 284.33 on Tesla. Sorry, guys.
Don't ever apologize. You were calling numbers. I was just bitching. Real assets, real commodity that the economy needs, that businesses need. Fuck that. Shit coins that get sued. Oh, Oh, 100x, 5 million x. This is the market we're in.
Well, at least you're catching up now.
No, and that's why I'm not in anything because I'm fucking way late.
You're never late. Clover, AYTR, eh?
Um, I'm getting a buy signal on gold GLD. I just bought the 310 calls for August 15th on gold GLD.
I mean, I'm pretty constructively bullish on gold. I don't know how other people feel, but
Yeah, with the tariffs now back in play, definitely.
you hear that, JD? That's right. I'm a gold bull.
Monitive, I have a question for you if you're there on Apple really quick on Perplexity. If Apple buys Perplexity, what do you see happening to Apple? I guess he's not there.
Microsoft looked like it's going to go ahead and test that 495. See if we can get that sale that I wanted earlier.
Are you back in puts or?
Indeed, I am.
Really weird with the the gamma that I'm looking at. They're adding the 6260s, removing 6250s up top, removing 6230s, but adding a 6220 negative gex, and then they're adding way down below at 6200s volume. It's very, very sporadic here, man. I don't know what this means. It's very ugly.
I mean, I literally just bought SPX 6300 call for July 18.
Looks like we're getting a V bounce though. Could form a W past the midline right here at 62.32, and then maybe get to 62.40, 43 area. They're bouncing it pretty good.
Meta looking like it's about to get a follow through bounce here.
Setting up a nice bull flag on the 5, Kev. I did notice that.
Jesus Christ, Netflix is still along.
I had it wrong, Jeffrey. It pumped 3,600%.
You motherfuckers, man. This is ridiculous. You don't got to prove earnings. You don't got to prove revenue. You don't care about debt.
Stop fighting.
I can't. My brain doesn't work like that. It's just fucking. I got to start following
Dude,
YOLO. I don't even know
look
how
at
to
your
invest in it.
biotechs that you're investing in. What kind of revenue do they
Well,
have
because
right
it's
now?
the TAM, right? So if the drug comes
But that's the
through,
TAM of the crypto too, isn't it?
there's no fucking TAM in crypto. Like,
I mean,
how can you
come on,
measure
man.
that?
Who knows? I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to make an argument.
How many morons are out there
It's
that's
a
willing to buy?
belief like that. It's the same belief though.
No, because there's actual
Yeah,
people
because
that
they think they
have
could get rich
diseases.
off of it, just like you
No,
think you could get rich off of
Uh,
biotech.
uh,
no.
real quick, guys. So I'm looking at this ABCL, and it's getting a nice V-shaped recovery on the daily. If it breaks over this level that it's at right now, it's in price. I mean, I have it going to at least 650 if it breaks this level on the daily chart. ABCL.
You're not still in those Dell calls, are you? 'Cause I'm looking at Dell and it's starting to look like it's trying to create an M pattern on this hour time frame.
Me? Oh,
Or whoever was in there? I thought it might have been you.
no, I'm not in. I'm in Dell 815 call 130. 815 calls. I'm only up 2.65% on those. $10.
Bull Bear, how many positions do you have open?
Quite a bit actually. Would you
Just
like my
like probably
count?
around the 40-50 range.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yep.
Mm.
But a lot of my positions, most of my positions are longer term.
Yeah, yeah.
I buy time on my stuff. But yeah,
Just curious.
I got the Dell. I got the Dell on the third.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I'm just curious how much you manage. It's not a.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
about yeah around there
questioning
about
anything
40.
that you're buying or whatever. Just
Oh no, around 40, somewhere around there.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, makes sense.
all right.
So, Boo Bear, ABCL is the one that I've been talking about in the chat.
Yeah.
It's related to, it's considered like it's a Peter Thiel backed stock. I don't know if he's still on board or not, but it's the lore is that it's Palantir Bio. So, and I got in at 340, and I told Jeffrey about it as well in our group chat. I know he likes bio, so that's the only bio I'm holding from 340.
Yeah, it looks good here, man.
The palette
Yeah, Thiel was the
here of
best
bio.
investor.
What? Can someone repeat?
I think he said the Palantir of Bio.
You know, I was just repeating what someone said. The Palantir of bio. I just was trying to see how it sounded coming off my tongue because I've heard the Palantir of the sea before, like with Odyssey.
Yeah,
So
that's the
go ahead.
lore. That's the lore.
Yeah, it ain't
Palantir
the
bio.
Palantir of bio, but that's just me.
Yeah, its founders fund was the first investor in Accelera.
So I'm watching CNBC in the background, and it said Blair cuts Tesla to market perform. They have 11 analysts at a sell, 20 at a hold, and 24 at a buy on Tesla.
I think if you call something a Palantir of anything, that means there are no other competitive comps to it, and the valuations don't even matter.
Hmm.
That's what I think of a Palantir.
I mean, you are kind of right. You are right, actually.
I mean, that's why it keeps going up because nobody could
Yeah.
comp to Palantir until there's a competitor. It's like it's kind of pointless to short it right now.
Hey, Big Kev, you still in OUSD, bro?
No. I'm not in that anymore. I'm solely focused on AEVA right now.
Okay.
Tesla looking like it's setting up to take out the low pretty soon.
Apple low of day. This shit's just choppy, man.
I mean, I'll be surprised if Apple takes out 290 just because it's already gone through so many levels, but it's possible here. I'm surprised David Portnoy fucking
190.
bought those 10 million calls though. Like that's shocking.
Yeah, looking like Apple selling down. You got Google selling down. You got Microsoft that's about to test the low of day. You got
I mean,
nvidia that's just been kind of middling. Go ahead.
I think I was just gonna add on to Apple. I think that could go to like 205, 206.
Apple 210 puts are up 42% or $117. Apple is hitting my target, right? Apple just hit my target at 209.70. Apple is at 209.65 right now. My next level on Apple is 209.45 and then 206.67. So good job if you followed those Apple levels and played it to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, the spreads all day had been pretty shit too. And VVIX.
Well, that's a pretty ass H drop on Apple. I pulled a Jeffrey and closed my shit way too early.
Never go full Jeffrey.
He
Yeah, I
said
didn't mean to go
never
full
go full
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Uh, come on, Tessie. Tessie's the next one. I need Tesla to follow Apple. Lead the way, Apple. Show them the way to the basement.
Watching Nvidia though, Nvidia has been struggling to here at this level right here. Could possibly get a rejection.
Yeah, I took those puts that I told you about, Kev, earlier. Followed that whale.
Nice.
I think. I mean, it's almost $8 million position. He must know something.
I mean, how do you know it's not just a hedge?
It's not a hedge. I can tell
Mm,
because I took that position.
mm. I don't know. I think I see a lot of $8 million positions on these stocks
Wow,
everywhere.
something pump, big candle up. Did something come out?
I don't know. I'm trying to hear another love letter. Okay, they're experiencing tech issues with the T treasuries too.
Oh, fucker. Just took off.
Kaboom.
And pulled back. What was that?
I'm about to say it's pulling back though. So I mean,
Yeah.
a new candle, just a new candle.
I don't see anything in the news. Wait. EU will not be receiving something about EU not receiving a letter. EU will not be
Oh,
receiving
they're not
letter
gonna get the letter. That's
setting
what
up
I heard.
higher tariffs.
I can't hear sometimes if you're talking so loud, Jeffrey. That's why.
Talking so loud or no? Did you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
heard you.
I literally said Jeffrey.
Okay.
Holy shit.
No, I'm just.
Can you hear me?
But you said talking low. Was I talking? Because
Talking
I was
so
away.
loud, Jeffrey. I said.
Oh. EU will not be receiving letter setting out higher tariffs.
From
So
the
they're
US.
not.
Yep. From
Yeah.
EU source. This is from EU sources too,
Yeah.
not America.
Well, so far I'm looking and IWM has pretty much pulled all the way back. SPY and Qs have pulled about 3/4 of the way back. Dow's pulled about 4/5 of the way back. A lot of that spike is pulled back on the indices. Google still pushing slightly. Microsoft pulling back. Meta's pulling back. Nvidia pulling back. Amazon pulling back. A lot of them are pulling back at least half or more on that spike. So I don't know.
Seems pretty flattish. Oh yeah, I don't know where it spiked to actually.
And now the IWM has pulled all the way back from that move. So has the Dow. and SPY and Qs have almost pulled all the way back from that move. All now they have pulled all the way back from that move.
Yeah, weird move. Now we're busting lower.
More tray letters, something. I don't know.
The fuck? Weird action.
The press secretary says 12 additional letters coming to countries. I'm guessing it's going to be to the Penguin country, the Sudan country, Colombians. You know, the important ones.
You said Colombia.
Yeah, for El Jefe.
Mm-hmm. El Jefe and La Jefa.
Simone.
Hmm.
The White House secretary is saying this, and the letters are going to be posted on Truth Social.
I might actually re-enter Rigetti, RGTI. It's making a W on the 15-minute chart. Look at Rigetti, bro.
Yeah, there was repositioning on it for October calls.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm getting a buy
Oh no,
signal.
Rigetti looks real good.
Yeah, I'm
It looks
getting a
real
buy
I
good.
mean,
signal.
I do have on, like, I bought on Q in the morning, $50 calls for next week too, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's popping up a buy signal and
Hold
I'm
on, you
getting.
say you bought what on?
I on Q, so it's part of the
Oh,
quantum.
IonQ. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, right after they had the offer, you bought that dip.
Yeah, I bought the dip. I didn't even know they had an offering, so I just bought the dip. Yeah. I was following some flow.
Hmm. What to do with this RGTI? Do I grab commons or do I grab a contract? I don't know.
I mean, the chain is liquid as a motherfucker, man. I mean, shit. Get some
Yeah.
calls a couple weeks out or a month out or a couple months out. I mean, this
I
motherfucker's
said out
liquid.
to October. I mean, that's what I saw in for RGTI.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it out to October. But
October. Oh.
yeah, I mean, these guys they like to position, right? For
Yeah, I see that. Look like the 15s
Yeah,
and
that's
the
what I was about.
13s. Matter of fact, the 13s and the 15s.
Yeah, the
okay,
50
okay.
have a
Now I
lot of.
see a headline from Unusual Whales: White House Trump to delay tariffs today. What?
What the hell is going on with this guy, bro?
Oh, President Trump will sign an action delaying tariffs to August 5th today. That's the announcement, actual announcement. So he's signing it to delay it. These fucking news sources need to do a better job
Yeah.
when it's Trump. I mean, it's a lot of similar shit.
I mean, come on, you're pushing it, calling them news sources. Seriously. The- they're all Bloomberg subscribers, typing fast. That's all it is.
Well, the crazy thing is though, like it's still I don't think there's anything faster than Twitter still, right? Like it's pretty incredible. News-wise, Twitter's still the fastest, I feel like.
Well, I mean, come on, you've been in the professional side of it, right? Nobody really looks at Twitter. They're gonna get their news flow,
Bloomberg,
you
yeah.
know, the way they do. This is for, the noisy ones like us, right? For us, yeah, this is the fastest because we don't have access to anything else.
Yeah. That's true.
Looks like SPX is forming an M pattern here. Potentially bearish. We'll see what happens. It could be support at 62.20. If we break that, then obviously we go down.
Nah, man, I think it's a wrap, bro. I think this is going down.
They're really holding this shit. And by the way, I think
They're trying.
yeah, the news is they were supposed to have the tariffs on the 9th, and so he's moving it officially to August.
Sorry guys, I'm long SPY, 0DT, 621 call, 36 cents fill. My stop loss is basically a close below the green candle here. We'll use a 3-minute chart, but I'm long 621 0DT SPY call. Let's play ball. Got filled at 36 cents. See what happens here for SPY. Can we get these markets to push? So far, we're seeing quite a bit of bearish sell side pressure today in the indices, which we've shorted into the ground. I do think we're at an interesting area here for a potential fade. Again, there's still a chance we can go to 618.81, keeping a tight stop loss on the 0 DTE. We are breaking down here. Pretty crazy little price action there. Back inside the wedge, I'm expecting us to float back to the high of this wedge as we're chopping, creating potentially a bear flag to go lower, but has not broken yet. So nvidia attempted a breakout there, it got slammed back down. Tesla down 7.4% on the session, but it's been stuck in a choppy range really all day. Besides the gap down, it's been a tight range on Tesla. All right, let's see if we can get a push back to the high end of this wedge. That's where I'd look to trim. Basically touching the top of this channel. We're buying this little bit of a lower boundary support zone. It's an aggressive trade, but it's one that could work out. Just size accordingly. There's quite a bit of stocks hitting some near-term support. Typically, I wouldn't hop on right now and take a trade, but there is some interesting support levels in some individual names. So I'm trying to take a stab at it here. Billy's saying nice move on PRME today, Prime. Let's take a look at Prime. Yeah, that's up 24%. Wow. Yeah, very nice move. Very nice move. Well above the 200 daily, above the weekly 50. So Prime is looking pretty interesting here. You're into this first little pivot zone of resistance. Hard to calculate where this is going, but it could be 591. That's where it could want to trend to. Obviously, it needs a little bit of consolidation off of this daily chart pattern, but 591, you could potentially try to retest that zone. So keep your eyes and ears open for that level. So nvidia just trading sideways here in a tight range. Apple's really sold off from the highs, trying to find a little bit of near-term support here. Again, Apple hitting some intraday support, which is why I'm trying to take a stab on the long side of this market. You also have Microsoft kind of hitting this double bottom, a little bit of support here itself. Google's another one that's trying to form a bit of a base here. Look at Amazon. Amazon's also trying to form a bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern that had an attempt at breaking out. Again, IWM trying to hold a little bit of a higher low at its value area high zone. So again, some support here on Amazon. To flat on these 621 calls, 0 DTE. Again, any sort of a spike into this upsloping wedge pattern trend line, I will exit this position. Any sort of a 3-minute close below this candle, I will look. I'm actually going to tighten that up a little bit now. So yeah, any 3-minute candle close below this area, this wide range green candle, I stop out of this 0 DT trade. Just keeping a pretty defined risk on it. You never know what could happen. All right, what else we got? Tesla's trying to curl up slightly. Excuse me. Big breakdown here in the markets. A really considerable breakdown. We're now coming into that 618.82 support zone. That is the next long area. I took a loss on those 0 DTE 621 calls, which is a-okay. That's just the nature of the beast, why we have some stops in place. All right, guys, I'm looking at entering 620 calls now. 620 calls. 0 DTE, just took a fill. This is high risk. 620 calls, 0 DTE at 30 cents. Again, I lost on the 621s. Hit our stop loss. Looking for another bounce here. You can see nvidia really start to knife down. Let's look at the SPX chart. Markets are trading at the lows of the session. Still knifing lower here in the tape. Definitely some opportunity. Backtesting a critical area here. Are we continuing to melt lower? We are indeed. Pretty harsh selling here hitting the tape. We're absolutely knifing to the downside. Markets are in free fall mode. Look at the sell side pressure. Beautiful bearish consolidation breaking to the downside. Is there any bounce in sight for the markets? We've had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive hours of sell side pressure. We even sliced through a massive volume weighted average price here. A really big knife down on SPY. Hourly chart testing 618. 618. Again, financials are certainly seeing additional sell side pressure. Looking at Citigroup, also breaking down with the equity markets. Looking at JP Morgan, we did take some profits on JP Morgan already. That's hitting almost 290 in the money. Markets are continuing to fall here. Let's look at Apple again. So a nice dump ahead of power hour sets up for a potential little rebound, in my opinion. But obviously things are very, very weak. Look at the IWM, down almost 2% on the session. Very strong sell side pressure. Leaves us opportunity for a nice potential bounce into power hour. And I'm in 620 0 DTEs, down on the trade right now, but it's still early. Let's see if they want to firm up price here. Let's look at Microsoft. That's continuing to fall at the lows of the session. Microsoft testing some 15-minute support here, back testing the 50 intraday moving average. Citigroup still at the lows. JP Morgan absolutely trounced. Apple down a couple percent. Bitcoin's now losing 108. Tesla still down 7.45%. Waking up to some heavy, heavy sell side pressure. There's a nice bounce in the markets. Let's see if we can continue to get some upside price. Microsoft, you can see catching a bit of a bid. S&P staging a little bit of a bounce here. Still got quite a ways to go to get these 620 calls profitable. 620 would be kind of recapturing this bearish wedge, which is possible. It's certainly possible. Microsoft again bouncing. Let's look at nvidia. nvidia trying to back test its prior day low. Let's see if they want to give us a little bit of a trend. S&P almost down over 1% on the session. Trying to recapture some key levels. Basically flat on these 620 calls, but looking for more. By still seeing some additional distribution. I repeat, additional distribution in SPY. It's still breaking lower here. Realistically, whoops, made a little mistake there. Perhaps SPY wants to retest that previous all-time high. I would be shocked if it went there today. That would indicate a massive collapse in the equity markets. But maybe this week SPY wants to retest that previous all-time high. We'll certainly see. Let's see what we're retesting here on a fib zone. You can see that SPY right now in the hourly chart is retesting that first Fibonacci level. So this is where the markets should stage a bit of a bounce. This is your first Fibonacci retest off of a bullish, an insanely bullish breakout move to the upside. So there is some Fibonacci support here on at 618.26. This is the aggressive entry for bulls, but we should get a minor bounce here. I'd be quite shocked if they don't try to give us a little bit of a facelift into power hour, but obviously the markets can absolutely go lower if they wanted to. So you can see SPY hourly hitting that first 236 fib. We're piercing a volume weighted average price. We're oversold intraday. Starting to put in some positive divergences on the smaller intraday time frames. But we definitely are under quite a bit of pressure here in the tape. Apple now down a couple percent. Bitcoin starting to sell off. Going for a new low of day on SPY. Look at this. Days like this where I wish I still had my runners, my 0DTE runners. Alright, SPY trying to hold this Fibonacci level. Again, maybe the bounce only occurs during power hour. Certainly a hard dump. I'm down over 50% on my SPY calls. Again, it's a very aggressive trading here into the close. Right now we have Microsoft down 0.67%. We have Apple down 2.19, nvidia down 0.83, Amazon down 0.4, Google down 2. Could be an entry here in Google. I'm tempted to take some calls. Meta down, Meta slightly green, up 0.08%. Tesla obviously getting slaughtered, down 7.5%. I'd consider adding to my SPYs down here, but I'm just going to keep my size down on this trade. Win, lose, or draw, I'll stick with what I have. Again, I only have 300 bucks in this 0 DTE trade, which is 10 call options on the SPY. It's very small, as we don't have a lot of time. UNH down 2.19, BRKB, Berkshire down 1.5, Eli Lilly down 1.83, Visa down 1.14. Walmart is slightly green on the session. JPM, guys, those 290 calls printed today on JPM. 290s almost came in the money. They missed the 290 strike by 8 cents. But nevertheless, I'm very happy with how that trade has transpired. We basically picked the exact high, close to it on JPM. Close to it. We basically picked the near high on JPM on Thursday, shorting it into the ground. That's underperforming the equity markets. That was kind of your telltale sign that this market was in for a little bit of troublesome price action. I still think certain financials are due for more downside. Obviously, everything in the financial space somewhat moves with the market, but a name like Citigroup, this one at the high end of its long-term range. Let me show you this weekly chart. So Citigroup has been trading in this range for quite a long time. Definitely been stuck in this range since 2009. It's literally at the high of its range here. Typically when it hits the high of this range, it does go through some multi-weeks to multi-month consolidative trends. So that's a name that I still lean quite bearish on in the near term. Let's flip back to nvidia. nvidia bouncing right back up off of that prior day low. You can see how strong this prior day low has been for nvidia. Pierced it here, back above it. Tap it here, still holding above this gap. I mean, just the sheer force and strength in nvidia is pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. Let's see if we can salvage these 620 SPY calls, sitting down 50% at the lows here. Trying to bounce back, down about 30% right now. Come on, we still got time for these calls to even go up 100%. If we get a nice sizable trend here into power hour, which you can see nvidia potentially still has that inverse head and shoulders, then these calls can absolutely still print. But for the time being, we are down. A lot of sell side pressure hitting the tape. I'm very curious to see how the markets react for the remainder of the week. We've had quite a bit of selling transpire across really the broad market here. Small caps, semis, tech, utilities, financials, energy. So I'm very curious. I'm a bit surprised at some of the energy stocks selling off Even though oil's up 2.36%, a name like XOM down 1.37%, it's kind of surprising. I think there's a big arbitrage opportunity there in XOM. Anonymous is saying XOM is my fault. No, I called out the. Thanks for that. I called out the trade though. But we got time on those calls. We got time on XOM. I've seen XOM make some crazy intraday moves as well. So. You have a single contract? Nice. Hey, at least you're in it. At least you're in it. Don't get out now. Don't get out now. But you're pretty funny. Pretty funny how these markets move. You followed with SPXS today. I think that's what I'm going to do. Nice. Yeah, so you must have nailed that short. Good job. No more options. Yeah, I mean options game's tough, right? We've played the options game really well today. And on the swing short side, entering Thursday into some SPY and IWM put options. That was actually such an easy setup. I mean, I wish I went in with more size on those trades. I was big enough. You know, that's always what happens when you win the trade so easily. You always wish you went in with more, but it's those times that you start to use negligent position management where things go awry. All right, SPY trying to recapture and hold this VWAP. nvidia bouncing still. S&P is moving higher here. Come on, S&P. We're basically at break even on these contracts, so let's see if we can get these 620s in the money, guys. All right, so things are starting to wake up here just a touch. So we are looking for 620s to get in the money. Come on. Let's see what we can get here. Big bounce. I'm seeing actually a lot of volume starting to step in here in some individual names. If it can keep this momentum, we should see a tap of this previous little wedge pattern where we broke down, and likely even a tap of this upsloping trend line, which would indicate our calls going in the money. Come on. And I only have 10 contracts sitting at 30 cents each. But hey, if I can make a few $100s here in the matter of a short span, I would be pretty happy. All right, guys, we're up over 10 cents a contract. Come on. $100 so far. Let's see if we can get some more. Come on. $110 profit so far. Let's see. Come on. Let's give us more. Keep climbing. $130. Come on. We're up almost 50%. Come on. Keep pressing. Keep pressing. My plan is to... Oh, I'm thinking we get a nice little trend into the rest of the afternoon. I could be wrong, but part of me wants to trim as soon as we hit this top of this trend line here. But the other part of me is saying just YOLO it and ride it. See how high we can get. Because I trimmed my puts so early. Still made 100% on the 0 DTEs, but those would have been up like 400 or 500% at the lows here. But the prudent thing to do is to take a little bit of profits. So when we hit the top of this channel, I'm going to trim half, move stop to break even. I should say if we hit the top of this channel, not when. If we hit the top of this channel. Natural gas has made a nice little bullish recovery. That's up 0.5% on the session, but it's definitely taken a bit of a breather here. Definitely taken a bit of a breather. Meta's still slightly green on the session. That's showing that it's ready for the next leg higher. Come on. Can we get these 620s in the money? Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Push it. Push it. All right, we're starting to get a little bit of a trend here, guys. A little bit of a trend. Here we go. Things are climbing, guys. I'm up 50% on these contracts, 55% now. 50% on these contracts, guys. Come on. Another little profitable trade here. If you want to put a break even stop loss or take profits, I'm going to let this ride until we tap this 620 zone. Then I'll sell 5 contracts and put a break even stop loss. But as of now, I'm going to put a break even stop loss at 30 cents on these 620 0 DTEs. So break even stop loss on the 620 calls. We're still up 50%, 55%. Come on. We're going to get a spike through here. What are they doing here? What are they doing? Here we go. Still pushing 50% on these calls. Come on, give us a nice little spike higher. Don't consolidate. SPY trying to recover some of these losses. It's still down 0.92%. Finding a little bit of resistance here. Meta's still trying to push higher. Here we go. Come on, give us a spike through. Still up $100 on this trade. 10 contracts at 30 cents. But I'm looking for more. Break even stop loss at 30 cents, guys. I do not want to lose my initial principal, considering the time is ticking away. But I have not trimmed yet because I want more profit. Will we get 620 calls in the money? Will we even recapture this value area high, which is around 620.65? If the markets can recapture this gap fill today, this previous gap, that would actually be a very short-term bullish signal for the markets. Recapturing this gap, which was our TP target 2 on the short side, would be a very strong signal. All right, we're pushing up 50% again, guys. I'm getting some higher prints here. Come on. We're up 50%, 55%. Come on, get us 100%. Back down a little. We just can't seem to shake this little resistance. We're eating through it though. I am seeing a little bit more heavy flow coming in. Is nvidia going to break us through to the high side? Let's see what Apple's doing. Apple's trying to firm up off of the lows. If Apple starts to make a move here, it's also going to help, and I'm seeing some volume coming into Apple here. Let's look at Mr. Softy. We're still testing 50% profit on these call options. Come on. Time is ticking. Time is ticking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 3-minute green candles. 20 minutes bounce so far in the equity markets. There we go, guys. These cons are starting to move. Come on. Pump it right through this area. Break it. Nice little volume spike. We could see a volume spike here, guys. Come on. They're either going to try to slap us down or spike us through it. We're either going to get a wick back down to 618 or a big spike up to 620. Here we go. We're starting to print. Let's go. Contracts are pushing 70% profit. Come on. Here we go. We're getting some higher side prints. Can we get these up 100%? We might be able to. Finding some near-term selling here. That's okay though. We should get through this zone. Oh, we're getting some lower prints now. They're trying to sell into it. We've got an hour, 9 minutes. An hour and 9 minutes left. All right, we're still just trading around below 620. Microsoft still trying to press here. Nvidia. See what Tesla's doing. Tesla's just floundering sideways here. No real breakout to the upside. All right, we're still pushing up 60% on these calls. We're up 60% on these 620 0DT calls. Looking for 100%. Again, my average is sitting at 30 cents, 10 contracts, only 300. Here we go. We're starting to punch through, guys. We're up almost 100% on these SPY calls. We're up almost 100%, guys. And I was down 50% at the lows here. And this is a prime example of position management. 620 calls. I have not trimmed yet. I repeat, I have not trimmed. We're up over 100% on these calls, guys. There is 620. I just sold half. Just trimmed half of those 620 SPY calls in the money. I still have 5 running contracts. Beautiful. The trade is officially risk-free. We can take our foot off the gas and see if we get a nice little power hour trend. But beautiful. And you can either put a stop loss in the money or you can put a stop loss at break even. I'll probably just trail the stop loss around. I'll probably put it at 50 cents. No, actually maybe 45 cents. I'll put my stop loss at 45 cents, which is still up about 50% on the trade. So I'll put a break even, an in the money stop loss at up 50%. Let's see if we can get a nice trend to power. So 620s are in the money. 620 calls are in the money. Let's keep pressing. Beautiful. Look at this rip, guys. What a bullish little recovery. Starting to firm up here. Tesla's still just trading sideways. But what a monster reversal. Let's look at nvidia again. Nvidia trying to firm up at the lows. Just 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Eat a snack. did stop out of my runners up 50%. So I stopped out of my runners up 50%. Believe it or not, we could still be staging a little bit of a rally late here in the session. If this turns out to be a right shoulder curl up on SPY, we could try to push for a huge move into 622. Just a heads up. But unless we get some sort of a back test of, say, the 618.83, that's where I'd consider taking a stab on the long side of 620 calls again. So back test of this area, I'd consider taking another stab at 620 call options. Maybe I'll take them for tomorrow.
Sliver of AI revenue. And they're saying, you know what, that's the future, forget everything else. The question is, how much of the other revenue do you want to forget about, right? For somebody like a Salesforce or even MongoDB or Palantir or any of those people, there's a great deal of difficulty to get out of what is invested, so people will tend to stay with them, give them a long rope to to change, and give them a long runway to change, and continue to stick with their product suite or new offerings if they see it at least as competitive with the market. With team, not so much. It's actually not that difficult to get out of their product. So it's a very different story, but the thematic is still the same. It's like forget the 90% of, or 95% or 99% of my revenue, which is growing at high teens, and look at this one sliver of few hundred thousand, few $1 million that's growing at 300% a year, and that's what the future is all about. And I think if you believe that story, then question is, if all this will work, if the economy continues to stay hot, if the economy cools off, right? I mean, Adobe is a good example if you think about it. What they've gained in the last 5-6 years, and certainly till about 2 quarters ago, was a massive growth in their subscription business, and that was done by continuously adding functionality for no additional cost, but to retain existing customers. That runway clears out quick. You can't keep adding and getting nothing more just to keep your customers. If you're going to have to provide them more and more and more, at some point your margin starts coming down, and that's a risk with all of these things. And Adobe is probably the first of those to break and get to the point where you're going to start losing customers because you can't keep up with giving it away for giving away additional stuff for free. Anyway,
Was that
that's just my
Adobe?
take.
Was that Adobe you referenced last?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Adobe is unique in the sense that, about 40% of their customers live and die by Adobe's suite of products on a daily basis. That's where their entire career is spent. Their entire work day is spent. Another 20% or so will use it, frequently enough to justify it, right? It's that last 20-30% that's very iffy. Some of them use it occasionally, some of them use it once. So there is a substantial part of Adobe subscription business that could be under extreme risk if things get bad. And that's what they're struggling to, maintain by throwing more and more and more at them. Or I think the next step is starting to discount to keep the renewals up. And the part after that is just renewals fall off.
I just want to say Rocket Lab, they're just constantly buying July strikes all the way out till January. So, for what it's worth. And yeah, I don't think the space theme is over. It feels like. Sorry, Monative, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was done talking.
Okay, didn't know. Palantir's just been active all day too. I mean, the most active line is the July OPEX 140s.
This is high risk because we made 100%
I'm
and
gonna
then
go out into
50% on the two
commercial, so I'm
trims
back
on
in
those
JP
SPY
Morgan
620 calls. I'm going to take a
295
high risk
calls,
trade,
basically.
0 DTE. Made about 150 bucks on that last trade off of the 10 call options. So I'm going
At
to
least their
roll that
buyback should be
150
flipping back
bucks
on.
into
And they did announce
621 0 DTE
fucking
SPY
going.
calls. So I
Well, not
just
until
took a
after
fill at
earnings,
11
right?
cents,
Yeah,
621 0
but it's flipping
DTEs.
on this week then, right?
Next week.
Is it next week?
Next
No.
week, yeah.
Damn, that thing really came back and test 290, huh?
I still think it's maybe a leg lower. I mean, I have Goldman Sachs testing 700 before.
At 10
possibly
cents a
going higher,
contract,
but
guys.
fuck if I know.
Looking for a bit of a power hour squeeze. Again, do not go in with anything that you cannot afford to lose. This is a pure speculative pump into the end of the day. The trend is against us. Looking for a bit of a dead cat bounce. We'll see if we get it. If the market can squeeze here and break out of this inverse, we could even see a move potentially back to that opening range around 622. But this is just rolling the profits from that little trade that we took late in the
keep
session.
wanting to buy this under 170.
I don't recommend it, but it's what I'm doing.
3 times this past 2 weeks, and I still haven't bought it. Fucking annoying.
Basically playing with the house move, house money.
I saw 170 puts, like sell a lot of shitload of selling of the 170 puts. So
LEU, Centrus Energy. Never even heard of it.
it's still only uranium and enrichment play. So I think
Let's see if they can squeeze us here. Looking for a move into 621.
I did see CCJ was moving.
Yeah, my Oklo too.
Boeing. Oh my goodness, almost 218.
Look at that. Another bunker buster. Getting ready.
There we go, 218.20. Flying Boeing. Taking off like a rocket ship.
So it's trying to firm up off the lows here. So Tesla's just been stuck in a very narrow range intraday today. Obviously not accounting for the gap down, but
PDD
a very tight range on Tesla
out till
today.
the fall. October, November.
Very, very tight range. Trying to test the upper range of this wedge pattern.
Credit spreads are finally kind of intraday looking better. The whole
So
day
today,
was
members,
kind
we
of
took a nice amount of profits off of some swing trades. We sold our circle calls for just under 100%. Those $200 calls went in the money. We sold our IWM 222 put in the money. We sold our SPY 622 puts in the money. We took a nice 100% 0 DTE. trade off of the open. We've closed a nice chunk out of our JPM 290 puts, $1.75 per contract. And we're rolling that into a few different long positions, one short today and 3 longs on the swing trade front. So you can see is trying to have a little bit of a peekaboo breakout of its wedge pattern. Mr. Tessie trying. Come on, is SPY gonna rip here, guys? SPY trying to firm up.
Tesla is getting some volume, guys. I think this could
Bitcoin
go and
making a
test
nice
high
little
today at
V-shaped recovery
294.15.
here intraday.
Over that I have
So look at that little V-shaped bounce on Bitcoin, miraculous.
first target at
We're obviously
295.
still holding long IBIT.
And
That's
then
down 1% today,
298.
but IBIT gave you a beautiful back test off
Yeah,
of
I
this
gotta say, I'm
breakout
pretty
candle.
impressed how
The
it's
ship, the
holding
crypto
despite all
ship
the
might be leaving.
shit
That might
that
have been the
Elon's
back
still
test in
saying.
crypto
I
Yeah.
mean, I would
today.
rather wait
It
till
could be off to the
confirmation
races
tomorrow,
for
but yeah.
crypto. We're going to get a really large move
Yeah.
here eventually, but that could have been the back test in crypto, and then
Like
we
that
might be off to
290
the
was.
races here.
I really think it just, if it holds there, it's probably bullish longer term, just price action wise.
And what are you talking about? Sorry, just walked
Tesla.
back.
Like,
Tesla's
I
trying
think
to
if it
get
holds
going here,
290,
guys.
it could try to
Tessie.
retest to like 400.
Big old Tesla.
Yeah, I think it needs to reclaim 295. I think that was the resistance. But yeah, 290 for sure.
So we have the Dow Jones Industrial
David
Average,
Portnoy
DJI,
is
down
just pretty much
1.14%.
betting on
We
the
have
fact that this is
transports,
gonna retrace the
DJT,
gap.
down 1.54%. We have
It's actually
retail,
not a bad bet.
XRT, down 0.87%. We have regional banks taking on the
That
chin
man
today,
knows
down
his pizza.
1.17%. Materials, XLB, down 1%. Communications,
$10
down
million. That's
0.94%.
nothing to
Energy,
sneeze at for him either.
despite crude oil being strong, down 1.31%. Is that a bit of an arbitrage opportunity? Potentially is.
Of course, he's a degenerate like us, though.
We have financials down 1.18%. That is the sector that we are leaning towards more profit taking and bearish price action. One of the weakest sectors on the session. Industrials down 0.63%. Technology, XLK, down 0.93%. Staples down 0.24%, but holding up relatively better than the market. Real estate down 0.93%. XLU down 0.11%. That is the strongest sector of the day. Healthcare down 1%, and XLY down 1.41%. It's a really large sea of red out there today. Some pockets of green, but all sectors are down. QQQ and SPY are neck and neck, down both respectively 0.9%. IWM today down 1.55%, leading the charge to the downside, but a really healthy pullback on IWM today, testing your first fib level. IWM should push higher to about 225. That's right, next resistance. But a nice pullback in the equity markets today. Great place to pare back some key shorts, average down, accumulate new long positions.
Yeah, I just looked to see if anyone's playing anything further out in Boeing. They're just playing the 220s this week, the 225s next week.
By the way, on Tesla, the higher day is actually $2 higher than the 294.15. Higher days are 290 on Tesla.
Flat on these 621 calls, basically at break even, 10 cents.
The one stock I'm kind of looking to maybe re-enter is Restoration Hardware. If it dips to 190 and holds, I'm gonna buy some more calls. You know, J-Dash, that Affirm, I do have a target of like 82, 83 for now. I gotta look to my charts though again.
That would be a nice move.
Yeah, I forgot the timeline though.
Tomorrow? Come on.
If you ask nicely.
J-Dash. Jay, can you hear me, bro?
Yes, I hear you.
Look in the Twitter group chat that we have. Look what I put in there for Smo a while ago, and look
Good.
at Smo right now.
Thank you.
That
Yeah,
time.
that Bowen looks real good.
Which one?
BA, Bowen.
Oh, Bowen. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Chime, they're opening week. January 2027, 386,000. In the money. Looks like a position for some sort of family office.
Son, I'm up almost 45% on those Rocket Labs on the stock since I bought it on the first Elon crazy day.
You a bad motherfucker.
I do much better on my stock positions than my options.
It's a lot easier to hold stock, I'll be honest, than holding options, you know?
What's that? Oh yeah, I don't even look at the
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, I
Like,
look at it, but I don't. I mean,
yeah.
I'll start getting itchy to sell some covered calls on this, but what I've done this year or last year actually in cover calls did not work out good. It took me out of a bunch of stuff. So, but it's like I have 300 shares of Russell Lab to sell 3 covered calls, like to make a little bit. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Probably not. You could probably sell like do 1 covered call for 50.
I know. Then I look at it too much.
Wouldn't be a bad thing. You need another account so you don't look at that shit sometimes.
No, I do. I have 2 separate accounts, 2 separate brokers.
Then shut the fuck
Then
up.
you need
But I keep
four.
And
but I
don't
No,
look
keep
at
you
it.
need four. Then you need a third one or a fourth one, bro. Like so
yeah.
you can put some of those stocks in there like that you don't that you know you're not gonna look at for 2 quarters. Like I'm gonna put it in
Yeah,
there.
I
I ain't
mean,
gonna look at.
I keep exactly. I mean, I have, all my tradings in my Fidelity account, but I have, Charles Schwab account and I still open it every day. I still get an itchy trigger finger. I
J
try
Dash,
not to
just
touch it.
take them HGH and some steroids and maybe you'll grow some balls and
TRT, man, I'm on it.
yeah, come on.
Ooh, Legetti,
Hey, Jay. What Bowen calls do you have?
Oh, I'm out of them now. I was in the 220s going into today. When I tried to double down, I sold the 220s at 112. I was trying to buy at 30 of them. I was trying to buy 30 more,
Oh, that
and
was
then
Bowen that did that too.
yeah, but I did, but we got lucky because on that first Trump announcement, it did retrace, and then I bought the 215s at 295, and I sold them at 420. Well, not all of them,
You don't need skill if you have luck like J Dash.
but I wanted. Then I tried to chase back into the 220s at about $1.50, and I couldn't get them, and they went up to like
I
230 or
grabbed the
240.
225. I got the 225 for 18.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's definitely some good volume on those.
This no 230 calls for 718. They're up 15%.
Damn, I'm trying to
There's
look at
something
that
going
chart.
on with
Sun
Spotify.
Sun won't
Someone's
let me.
getting squeezed.
Thanks for pointing out Snow to us, J Dash, because that pattern is playing out, man.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at see what you sent in the group.
If someone exercised puts, or sold puts.
Bear, did you put a chart up? I thought you said you put a chart. I see that you were just letting me know what you
No,
were
I was
playing.
I was just letting you know what I played on that.
Gotcha. Okay. Have we touched on Legetti today? I'm just seeing it sort
Yeah,
of
I did just
potentially
now.
breaking out of this. Well, I mean,
Yeah, I did earlier, but I guess you weren't in here.
it looks bullish, right?
So
Yeah.
J Dash, at the end
Yeah,
of
we
the day,
grabbed
I'm
the
gonna buy
October 15
CoreWeave.
call.
Yep, we grabbed the
October.
15. Yep,
What, $20 call? What?
15.
15? Okay.
J Dash, you're gonna
Yeah,
buy
the
some
15, bro.
CoreWeave with me end of day.
You guys are throwing too much shit at me. CoreWeave?
Yeah, dude. Let's go.
What about my JP Morgan's up 15%? No, it's up 11.
Let's do it, man.
Much like watching paint dry here in this market. Very minimal action here in Power Hour. Minimal.
You date
No.
women? Oh, it was a great analogy. Except it wouldn't make sense for you because it would make you out to be a player, which I know you're not or never was.
Yeah, I never get pussy.
I didn't say you didn't get pussy. I just said you weren't a player because essentially
That was such a great reply.
he basically said anyone that like if you like to like bounce around and date a lot of women, then you like to play a lot of options. Always have a bunch of positions open.
Yeah, that's me, yo.
Yeah, I would
I
love
like
it.
living that life.
Yeah, next
Yeah.
time you and him are both in the space, I'll get him.
Why
to
do you think I'm on spaces all the time? I'm just
Yo,
partying the whole fucking time.
snowflake 230 calls up $67 or 25% per con.
Real quick, EU sources say the bloc is looking at possible deal on cars to offset U.S. auto exports against imports. They're also aiming to secure baseline tariff exemptions for aircrafts and spirits as part of a U.S. trade deal. I put it up top.
Oh, maybe that's why Boeing's moving. Yeah, because Ryanair is a large client of Boeing, and I did see their CEO said he's hoping that they're exempt planes from any tariffs. Maybe that's it.
It's the other side, J-Dash. So this is companies like Delta and Alaska that have held up their purchasing of Airbus because of tariff, and exports of GE falling off the cliff, and RTX if that tariff holds, right? This what you're talking about is the second part, is the reciprocal tariff. US taking off tariff on aircraft parts and equipment will help, purchasers of Airbus here and Airbus and their suppliers, which includes GE, of course, so, and Raytheon. This remember the aerospace industry has been exempt from tariff for multiple decades. This is not new. So this is a really huge change to the industry. For the longest time, they've been completely exempt from reciprocal tariffs, on all sides.
So as of now, any new tariffs would. I'm trying to work this all out in my head. What you just said.
So it would be terrible because it's not only Boeing, a lot of US companies also provide components and parts, and so do European companies. So it upends trade dramatically, right? Like there are only three engine manufacturers. It's GE, well, four if you count the joint venture, right? It's GE, Raytheon, and Rolls Royce. They're the only three commercial engine manufacturers, and some control systems are just made in US and nowhere else, right? So it affects a whole swath of industry. Besides, I mean, Airbus and Boeing are just airframe makers. They assemble everything the others put together other than the airframe itself. Even the airframe is made wholly by sub-assemblies. So your Honeywells, Raytheon's, the rest of it, right? So their control systems, their cockpit controls, their electronics, your landing gear systems, your software, all of that is made by hundreds of different companies, and all of that was completely tariff free for many decades. So if you put a tariff, it not only just affects European companies, but it also affects hundreds of American companies. So this is not good for anybody. This is one easy one to take off on both sides. It doesn't really do any use to American industry by putting tariffs on.
Thank you for that.
J Dash, did Wolf say anything else last night that was interesting?
I don't know. At some point, I just started making food and just let the let the space run.
Sounds about
Like,
right.
yeah. No, there was some good discussions. It bounced all around
Dude,
different
do you
topics.
really not like CoreWeave right now? The hourly breakout? Or
I don't know. I'm staring at Rigetti.
alright. You're a Getty.
Let's see. Let me see.
You're the
I mean,
Getty.
geez, look at Snow just took off.
Yeah, man.
Bull Bear. Well, Bull Bear throws around too much size. I got to get in before I tell him next time.
Yes, sir. They're up $70 a contract right now, man. Thanks, bro, for pointing that out.
Yeah, I think the weeklies I was looking at are. I was looking at this week's 230s, and they're up 45% from the first time I looked at it. Okay, CoreWeave. I'm now looking for CoreWeave. Man, Uber still looks really good. Basically breaking out of a bull flag from today.
Oh, did it? On the daily?
I know on the intraday, but I mean, it's at all-time highs on the daily. I imagine that. Why not go for 100?
Why not?
Why not?
Who thinks this dip gets bought up tomorrow?
Even Dash is having a good day, J Dash.
I think this was the low. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I still think that. The only thing that, Kev, I wish we would have gotten a little higher on the VIX and at least gotten into that daily gap and rejected it. The fact that it didn't even get up there yet.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the daily and I'm on SPY and I'm looking at the daily. It came down, tested the 5 EMA and bounced. So right now, currently holding above it. It kind of depends on how the end of the day ends if we close below it.
Yeah, and where are we? We're still below. We're below the NFP low, right? 62.48 on SPX. So SPY NFP low is 621.20. So the way that paper actually taught this, I mean, was that you need, so if you close today below it, that's not the signal, but if you spend a full day now below the NFP low 621.20, that's your short signal. So to me, I'm going to look at these indexes and see if we settle above those NFP levels tomorrow, because I doubt we're going to get there today.
Somebody just asked me about Embraer ERJ. If I'm still in my 2026 calls, I'm down $95 or 15% per contract. I'm just gonna hold these.
And I added today.
Yeah, I'll probably add more later. I'll wait.
Like no other. I mean, I started a position with it today. Like that's how I was just throwing that bull support numbers and someone was asking.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. CoreWeave.
Oh, BTC got a nice bounce too.
Am I the only one seeing it? Or
What on CoreWeave?
yeah. Or am I just going crazy? Is it gonna go to 140 first?
No, I
Is that
mean
what it's
it
gonna
does.
do?
This is a good
I
sort
mean,
of
it's
bounce
above the
level.
volume shelf.
I do think it's just I could see bears trying to hold this down, like, and still play this head and shoulders out.
Oh yeah.
But if it breaks that,
Man, let me take a look at core
We'll see what
weave
happens.
and see if I can see what you see. Okay, this hourly definitely looks good. I like how it built up a little strength to blast off. This 4 hour looks like it's ready to blast off.
I mean, and you could look on a daily and just say it's been flagging for the last 8 trading days or whatever.
Yeah, no, this looks ready.
Okay, full port. Let's do it.
Still kind of
You the cheapies, you go like 180
nah, this
calls.
looks ready. This is ready. This is holding value. This is holding the value. It's holding the weekly value level. So as long as it stays above that the rest of this week, I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, I beg to differ. I think this comes to 154 first. That's just my thesis on it. The weekly chart. I
He
think it
has to
comes
be
to
he has
154,
he has to be
155.
begging to differ with you, son, because I didn't give a prognostication. I just gave a if then this.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. I'll wait to enter core weave.
I mean, GSAT looks super fucking bullish, in my opinion.
Bro,
And they
so
had news earlier today.
am I bugging? Uh, I saw GSAT maybe 3, 4 years ago. This thing was at like $2,
It was
three
like
bucks.
it was like
Where
30
the fuck?
cents or some shit. Nah, they had
Yeah,
like a
what?
reverse split or some shit.
Oh, okay. Because I'm looking at the chart and I'm like, I don't see that price on the chart at all.
Yeah, I
So
think they
yeah,
had a
it's
reverse split last year, or I think it was
oh,
last
okay.
year.
This
But
thing
I
took off.
mean, look at this daily though. This thing is ready. I mean, shit, fucking looks good.
Yeah, even though I'm getting a buy signal on the weekly right now. 28, 27, and 28.
Yeah, I got 27 and a half.
Yep. Yeah. This looks good.
I want to say there was some news. I'm not looking at it. Look in a second. There was some news this morning. I remember reading. Ah, yeah, that's why Rocket Lab is bullish too, because Rocket Lab builds their satellites and they have a deal with SpaceX.
Oh baby. Motherfucking helmet HWM. This thing looks like a W trying to form on the 30 minute on HWM. I'm still in these calls, by the way, on HWM. Howmet Aerospace.
Damn it, SoFi is taking off again. That's definitely a candidate for a squeeze this week.
Man, I'm grabbing these GSAT $30 calls, man. This IV is super fucking low.
Anybody, Son, Bobert, Kev, anyone have any thoughts on Amazon right here? Like this week or
I haven't looked at
Yeah, I
Amazon
grabbed the
all week.
240s.
Let me see.
for this week or next week?
I grabbed it for August.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Oh,
So
I think it's
look at the monthly
bullish.
chart on Amazon, bro.
Look at August 15th. Look at the August 15th chain. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, Amazon. The 230s, you said?
Just look at the volume in OI. Just look at the chain and just tell me what you
Yeah,
think.
the
Yeah.
230s are more lit up.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, the 230s. I like those. Bro, look at the fucking
The
monthly on
30s,
Amazon.
the two. I mean, there's a ton of volume on the 240s. And those aren't.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I guess they weren't looking. You the only one that looked. I don't know what the fuck they
I
was
mean,
looking at, but I wasn't gonna
somebody
say
bought.
nothing.
Yeah, that's
Look at the 260s. Look at the 260s also.
that's 27,000 contracts they purchased. It
See,
looks
but
like
those 250s are lit because that was a credit spread. That's why it's not marked on mine.
Yeah.
240s, not the
Oh
250s,
shit,
the
my bad.
240s.
Yeah,
and
the
that's
240.
an earnings play.
I mean, hold on, let me see something.
My one concern this
Yeah, I
week
grabbed
is
the August 30s for GSAT.
my one concern, at least short term, is still I just want to see Bezos be done. I just don't know how much more he has to sell.
Yeah, if I was gonna play Amazon, I'd play the 230s. Look at the monthly chart on Amazon, bro. The printed morning star reversal, and now it's into a 3 white soldiers right now on the monthly.
And it's in a megaphone pattern.
Yeah.
I mean, I like yeah.
It would if you're talking if you're talking before August the 15th, then I totally agree with you. But if you're talking August 15th or later, I 100% unequivocally, undoubtedly disagree with you because the leverage you're going to get if this gets anywhere close to 230 like next week or within the next couple of weeks, the return you're going to get on 240 is going to be significantly more than what you're going to get on 230s in my opinion. Or that to me, I think that's a fact. It's kind of looking out of the delta and the gamma is going to increase.
Tesla's over 295.
Yeah.
Rocket Labs hit 39. Look at that.
So, Dash, you didn't tell me what were your thoughts on Amazon since you asked. I mean, I gave you my thoughts.
I'm hella bullish Amazon. I just don't have my time frames like all set up as far as like where that is. To me, I think it's the best looking Mag 7. You know, maybe I could, you make a case for Nvidia having, being a better play for the rest of the year just because it's Nvidia, but I think Amazon's been spending a lot of money, and I think they're gonna see returns. I think they're gonna start seeing it this year.
100%. If you look up top, I put a post from Oracle. They report that Amazon's going to be making like 29 billion in online sales this year, which is like 30% more than last year. So to me, that was super bullish.
That was
in my personal opinion.
Yeah,
also,
that was Adobe, right? Yeah.
Or Adobe.
Yeah, they do those reports. Well,
Rather.
I
get the mix. Adobe or whatever. What's the difference?
I just think that the cloud. I mean, you see what Oracle's doing. There's no way Amazon's the leader in the cloud. Like JP Morgan, let's go, baby.
Oh, is it pumping?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was looking for. An end of the day pump. Take a 20%. I just missed it.
Look at AEVA. That IV is starting to increase on these calls, on these $40 calls I got for August.
Hey, most of Oracle's growth in cloud is coming from, cloud that they, the virtual cloud that they're setting up in Amazon Google and Microsoft. So that's what's growing at triple digits. So yeah, they're growing, but they're not investing as much themselves. They're just creating, a private virtual cloud for their customers within the larger three providers.
But Amazon will benefit from that, correct?
Amazon will benefit the most from that just because they are the largest. So if you are, for example, an Oracle customer already in AWS, you don't have to keep your databases in Oracle's, own cloud. You can keep it in Oracle's virtual presence within AWS. That's what it is. So Amazon will benefit the most from that. I mean, just because of market share, nothing else.
J Dash, do me a favor and look at ABV daily, bro. ABBV.
Just give me 1 sec. I'm just scaling out of these.
Big Kev, look at it too, bro. Let me know what you think. If you can.
Yeah, no, I can. I think I looked at it Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Look at it again. I'm just locking in some profit on these NO data calls that I got.
How do you spell? How do you spell that again?
ABBV, ABV.
Okay, yeah. My mom uses their drinks.
Yeah. I mean, I'm up $100 on these runners, but it looks like that's a hanging man on a daily,
Is that a hanging man? That motherfucker looked like a Scud missile. That motherfucker looked like the bomb that got dropped on Hiroshima.
I need this thing tougher. But then, so when I look on the daily, I see that. But then look at the 10 minute
Are you
chart.
in puts? Are you in puts? Because this motherfucker,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
this is a
185.
to me, this is low. Okay, so I'm glad you pointed this out to me again because this is a rejection of a weekly level and downtrend resistance.
So, but then now look at the 10 minute chart on AbbVie.
But why would I do that? I'm looking at this daily. Like the
No,
daily's
no,
telling
I'm
me everything
saying
I
no,
need to know.
no. It looks like there's an H playing out on the 10 minute. That's what I was
Ah,
saying.
okay.
Look right now. It's playing out right now.
This is interesting, right? On daily, AbbVie is going to break 950 and 200 EMA all at once today.
All at the same time. Yeah, right? Yeah, and that is
Yeah.
the H pattern. You're not wrong.
Yep. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna just
Like it's gonna close. It looks like it's gonna close out to the downside on the 5 also, so probably on the 10 as well, then the 15s.
yeah. These cons just jumped up to 110 per con. The 185s for August 15th. Um.
This looks ugly. It's bad on all time frames.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So I'm gonna just sit in these runners and let it do what it do. Um. Look at Oklo now. Oklo is up almost 4.65%, getting some volume as well. Okay, LO.
Come on.
GG.
Let's go. Good
Do you
call,
do
guys.
you don't do the GG no re?
GG Nori, I can't.
I don't even
I
know
hate
what GG is. I just say GG.
good game. Good game. It's a gamer thing.
Uh,
I didn't know either,
oh.
but I had to look it up. Good game, and then no re means no replay
No
rematch.
rematch. No rematch.
GG no re.
Who came up with that?
It's gamer talk.
Oh, okay.
Anybody played Unity with me?
No, bro, I didn't.
Okay. I got a really nice, you know how I am with these comparisons, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it up and you'll see the comparison.
to
Yeah.
Roblox.
Got 5 minutes to close.
All right, so pretty big push here into the close. Again,
Big
we
Kev,
still have
OUSD might be
621s,
ready
which are
again, bro.
basically looking to close
Yeah,
somewhat flat, maybe in the money. So a nice little late push here on the
And the
621
10 minute is printing
calls.
a W.
We're up about
And the
20%. Let's see if we can
weekly
get these in the money.
holding that
4 minutes
level.
left in the session. If they tap 621, obviously I'm going to be exiting them. But they are moving
They
fast
might not be
here. We
ready
are getting a
today,
nice
but
little
maybe in
push here.
another day or so.
if
But
it ain't
yeah,
ready today, it'll be ready tomorrow.
yep, yep.
Come on. Back to flat. Everything's getting a nice little pump here into the end of the session. So far, realistically tomorrow, considering intraday price action here, we are trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders on the 3-minute intraday chart. That sets up maybe for positive price action tomorrow,
Took a
pending
small, nice little
any sort of
profit
gap
in
down
JP
news.
Morgan. Though it looks good. Like I was almost tempted to hold it.
Hmm.
You know how that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I know. You're gonna tuck it in.
tuck it in.
So again, a 3-minute
Damn,
inverse
holy
head and
shit,
shoulders
Snowflake.
intraday has
225.62
triggered
it just hit.
based off of this little breakout that does set up a
Let's go.
potential for a little bit of a
30%.
move up to
And
622
to this, we could
tomorrow.
also try Walmart next week.
We'll see if price action wants
Tell
to
me Boeing's not going to
try to firm up off of these lows. Just keep in mind, even with today's sell-off, the market on a technical basis, putting all opinions aside,
No,
the market
I'm
is
just
still in a very strong
to,
uptrend.
feel what it's like to have no balls.
We cannot forget that. The market is still in a very strong uptrend on the larger time frames, your weekly, your daily, and your 4-hour. If we just look at this daily chart of the SPX, this is a nice healthy pullback. Weekly chart still very, very strong. So the reason why the markets are pulling back, you're hitting some upsloping daily chart, weekly chart resistance. So you could pull back some more. It would be healthy, but the trend is still to the upside, even with these indices dipping here.
Oh, I know. Everything about Boeing looks good, except that I'm not in it anymore.
I wonder if this Snowflake could get to 226, my target, before market
Let's
close.
see if we can get these 621s in the money late here into the close. All right, guys, they're not going to do it. 40 seconds. All right, I'm closing these call options here, up 20% on the 621s. Close the call, 621 calls. made 20 bucks on that. 20%. Thank you all for tuning in. Great job day trading today. Nice profits pulled off of some of our swing short positions. Again, I still am favorable to the upside of this market. We just need to go through a bit of this backing and filling in downside consolidation, but the bigger trend still remains intact. Upside price action is still favorable. Trump keeps pushing through. You're welcome, surfers. Thank you all for tuning in again. And we will see you on the charts a little bit later. Tomorrow we'll have yet again another live stream. Hopefully we can continue to print some profits. So tomorrow tomorrow will tell us a little bit more as to how the remainder of the week is set to take place, because today has been a pretty decent sell side day in all indices, all sectors red. So let's see if certain sectors now start to get that capital rotation. Do we see some of this liquidity that was sucked out of the market, the broad market today, go into healthcare, go into staples? Again, I'm leaning a little bit more bearish on certain sectors, but net, we still have a very positive, higher trending market. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow.